Hola. Ey, sí. Un, dos, tres. Ey, sí. Hola. Hola. ¿Me escucháis abajo? Hola. Espérate, no. Ey, sí. Hola. Está un poco alto, ¿eh? Ey, sí. Ey, sí. Hola. Un, dos, tres. ¿Ayer no se escuchaba ruido? Em, no, es que es pequeño. Ah, es menos. Ey, sí. ¿Sabes si en este también? Porque no sé si es del radiador o...
Ah, bueno, espérate.
Sí, es que, no, sí, es que estaba muy alto y coge toma de tierra. Es cosa de los... de- Y... Ey, sí, prueba streaming.
empezar. Salud, good morning, buenos días. Vamos a dar inicio a la sesión de hoy. Welcome everybody. Oh, yes. What happened this? Now, okay. Okay, we are ready. Yes, let's go. So, good morning and thank you all for being here today on this second day of the live awom meeting. It's a real pleasure to welcome you all in this beautiful venue. And I will also like to thank everyone who is joining us via live stream. Also, this is gonna be available online, so you are going to have the chance to watch all this talk wherever you want. Once again, we want to say thanks to the ministry for their support in making this event possible. Yesterday was the Natura 2000 Network Day. In my view, it's a bit like the Mother's Day, because it's a day that should be celebrated every day. Because nature conservation is an ongoing task that never truly ends. That is why it is essential to ensure that there are enough resources to support the management of these natural areas that are so vital for biodiversity and also for humankind. So today we have two amazing guests that are going to talk about innovative financing mechanisms to restore humid areas, wetlands and peatlands. Our first guest is Franziska Tanneberger. Franziska, you're there? Let me check.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh. Okay, hello.
Hello.
Franziska is going to be online. I'm going to read something about she. Is an amazing scientist. Franziska Tanneberger is a peatland scientist and lecturer at Greifswald University and director of the Greifswald Meyer Center in Germany. She studied landscape ecology and nature conservation at Greifswald and Reading universities. Her research links marine biodiversity, peat formation, paludiculture, peatland restoration, ecosystem services, and carbon credits. She has contributed to my research and conservation projects in Germany, Russia, Belarus, Poland, Lithuania, Belgium, my goodness, the Netherlands, and UK. Franziska, you're amazing. It's a real pleasure to having you here. So I don't want to waste the time of the people. I think that it's time to your presentation, and please feel welcome, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Unfortunately, I cannot be in Madrid with you. I recall still a very nice meeting with the previous and earlier live project in Spain, in Madrid, many years ago, when a few people present today also joined at that time. And I would like to briefly introduce you to a few new insights, maybe new achievements and new developments with respect to financing restoration of wetlands and particularly peatlands. I will just start the screen sharing. Okay, I hope maybe could somebody confirm that you can see my screen well? Can you see me? Yes.
We can see the presentation.
Thanks, perfect. So looking at a nice peatland on the first slide already, maybe people can guess it's in Poland actually, also close to an aquatic warbler breeding site. I will focus my talk today more on peatlands, and I will talk a bit about the relationship of wetlands and peatlands. Peatlands are lands with a peat layer on top, and there's no binding definition that it must be 10 or 30% centimeters, but this is often the case in many countries that only with a layer of, for example, 30 centimeters on top, a land is called a peatland. And what is peat? Peat is a very dense layer of carbon that has been accumulated from the plants growing in the peatlands. So peatlands are so special because they are carbon sinks. And we do not have a lot of carbon sinks in nature, in our environment. You know, we have forests, but peatlands are at least equally important, I would say. And with respect to the carbon store, they store on a global scale twice as much as all the forest biomass. Now we are looking at a peatland map for Europe, and roughly 12% of the global peatland area can be found in Europe. And you see a lot of these peatlands are in Northern Europe, in Scandinavia, in Russia, in Ireland, in Scotland. But if you could look more into the details, you would find peatlands all over Europe, in all also Southern European countries. And I also would like to share with you that since 2022, we have a first assessment, global assessment of peatland knowledge, peatland distribution, which has been produced by the UN Environment Programme. Since last year, we also published a European wetland map. And this map now combines the peatlands with a peat layer, but also wetlands like tidal flats, estuaries, lagoons, salt marshes. And it is important to note that all the peatlands originally were also wetlands. So water and wet conditions are decisive for a peatland to grow, to develop. Today, many peatlands are no longer wetlands, and we somehow lost a bit sight of them because they are now mainly agricultural land. But still, they are very close to the original wetlands in many regards, and the wetland map combines all of these informations, and you can freely access it also and use it as GIS layers. Now, Europe has really a high degree of peatland degradation. So on a global scale, in most continents, only a small part of the peatlands is degraded, indicated here in red. In North America, for example, maybe 5% only. In Europe, roughly 50% of the peatland area is degraded. And this means they are drained, they are no longer wetlands, the water is artificially removed from these lands. And on the right-hand side, you see it split by countries. So the world champion of peatland drainage is unfortunately my country, Germany, with more than 90% of peatlands drained. But it's also well followed by countries like Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, and then you see Ukraine here, you see Belarus, Russia, with also high proportions. All these countries are also important aquatic warbler countries. So keep in mind that everything I talk about is also connected with aquatic warblers. And also really important to keep in mind, the drainage of peatlands causes high greenhouse gas emissions. And you can spot these lands that are degraded peatlands and lands with high greenhouse gas emissions. For example, this map now shows the peatland area that is used for cropland, for growing crops on it under drain conditions. Also, these maps, they have been published last year in another UN report. They are available now, so we have a good knowledge about these lands nowadays in Europe. I also would like to share with you how beautiful peatlands are. This is just a rough summary of 10 pictures from different peatlands in Europe, from Northern Europe with polygon mires and pulsar mires in Northern Europe, and then down to Southern Europe on the right-hand side, Portugal or Spain. These are very different peatland areas, peatland types, and they are all very beautiful and something that we want and need to protect in Europe. Peatlands in Europe are not well protected at the moment. This map now, and I think it's my last map, it shows again the peatland area in Europe, the Maya regions, the regionality of different types, and the degree of protection. So all the red peatlands are outside protected areas. The blue ones are within protected areas. So there is a substantial amount in blue. It is 16% of the total area of peatlands. So less than a quarter of our peatlands is protected. And what I also must say is that many of these protected peatlands inside protected areas are not well protected. Often this does not really equal protection. So to carry on, I just want to relate very briefly to a, I think, very useful and nice book that we co-edited and published in 2017, Myers and Peatlands of Europe. And this is just the list of all the co-authors and national peatland experts and scientists that contributed, including Spain, including many of your countries. So it's a big effort and a joint knowledge, common knowledge about peatlands. So what emerged from it? Only 1% of the drained peatland area in Europe has been revetted so far. A country like Belarus, for example, see this picture here, is leading in it because they revetted a lot already. We know peatland conservation implies primarily the conservation of its hydrology. It's very, very much about water and the water balance. To conserve a peatland, we have to conserve the entire peat body, and often also the mineral catchment area. Clearly in aquatic warbler sites, we need to protect the catchment where the peatland gathers the water from. And conservation is much more cost effective than restoration. So before we think about restoration, let's think about conservation, about protecting the remaining wet peatlands that we still have. Revetting as an activity to restore a peatland is really successful in stopping subsidence, the loss of the carbon layer, the peat layer, and also in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, as well as nutrient release to outside areas. This is one example, one of my study sites in Germany, 10 hectares within a large area of drained peatlands, but now in a wet state as a revetted peatland. And last but not least, if you have to use peatlands, then you should use them wet and not under drain conditions. And I would like to share with you these small graphics. They show different European Union countries and the European Union in its entirety. And the inner circle indicates the proportion of agricultural land that is peatland. On a European Union scale, it's 3% of the agricultural land. In many other countries, it's maybe between 5 and 10%. And the outer circle indicates how much of the greenhouse gas emissions that are attributed to agriculture actually come from these drained peatlands. And it's much, much more. It's disproportionately more. It's on European Union scale, 25% of all greenhouse gas emissions. So this also means that there's growing interest within the farmer community to change land management on peatlands, because on a small area of the agricultural land, you can achieve a lot of climate benefits, a lot of climate protection value. I would also like to relate to the nature restoration law. So for achieving the nature restoration law and other targets, we need now solutions for large revetted peatland areas in Europe. On this map, I think this is now my last map. You see Germany, you see Berlin, the capital, and you see a circle around it. And the circle indicates the restoration goal of the nature restoration law by 2050. So on the lowermost right-hand side part of it, you see the revetted and the restored part. And this is a substantial area. This is far more than the area of Berlin and the surrounding areas. So this is large areas, and we need land management and financing solutions. So what are the existing and new finance options? I would like to briefly talk about three. So the first is carbon credits. something like payments for ecosystem services for carbon specifically. Then you can also think about payments for agriculture in relation to it. I mean, it's also a way of producing something, a productive service of these lands. And agricultural payments are either for products, but often for the way the land is managed, actually. And then space for renewable energy, for example, peatland photovoltaics. This is also a service that these lands can give to us, space for renewable energy. And please mind, I'm always talking now about the wet peatlands, about the restored peatlands, and not about the drained peatlands. So, energy, for example, peatland photovoltaics. This is also a service. Now I can hear myself again. There seems a technical problem. And please mind, I'm always talking now about the wet peatlands, about the restored peatlands, and not. I think.
Sorry, Ernesto.
Thanks. I will continue.
It's okay?
It's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So first about the existing carbon credit schemes. We do have in Europe carbon credit schemes since 2011. There is a standard and a methodology under verified carbon standard, now VERA, for revetting peatlands. There's a national standard in Germany, it's called More Futures. And there is the peatland carbon code that started shortly later, and similar standards and methodologies, for example, in the Netherlands, Valuta for Feen, Max More in Switzerland, and more recently also under social carbon, there are options for implementing projects for revetting peatlands. So in a way, bottom up, such things have developed already in the past years. It's not a large-scale revetting finance option so far, but it is an option that is in place and that is further developing. For more futures, since last year, there's also an additional option to actually do it more on an annual basis, with payments on an annual basis, which is much more attractive for many farmers. And on the picture, you see one of the peatlands in northeast Germany with a representative from AECO, a company involved in carbon credits from peatland revetting, from the European Commission, and my colleague Hans Joosten. So there is a lot of active developments at the moment to further develop carbon credit schemes. And interestingly, European Union is working on a carbon removal certification framework. This is then now a framework for all European Union countries. You see from the name, it is about removals. And you may have understood already, with peatland revetting, in the first place, we avoid emissions. So it is about reducing emissions, not yet about removals, about the carbon enhancement of the carbon sink function. But the carbon removal certification framework in the EU will also include peatlands and specifically also the emission reductions from peatlands. And they are working very much with all the existing schemes to also incorporate them to be a kind of meta standard in future, also facilitating further work of the existing schemes. It's important to note it is still for the voluntary market, and that many businesses require credits that are eligible under science-based targets. So often credits from emission reductions, they are not accepted for any type of use you would like to have such a credit for. So, but they can be used for many purposes and methodologies for the peatland carbon sink, and also for products, probably from agriculture on wet peatlands, are needed and will be developed in the coming years. So just to summarize it, I think there is a lot of potential in carbon credits. And it is something that is very much worthwhile to develop along with our conservation and restoration work for aquatic warblers in the different countries. I would also like to stress that carbon credits are, of course, about carbon, but peatland restoration is not only about carbon. It's about improving water quality, groundwater storage, cooling, flood protection, and not the least biodiversity. And there are also methodologies in place how to translate the rewetting of a specific area into additional amounts of these services. Yeah, this is something I cannot explain in detail now, but I just want to make you aware that there is also now some potential to quantify it for a rewetted or restored area, and then also to communicate it, and maybe in future also to sell it, for example, as a biodiversity credit. Now, about the second part, agriculture. So I said already that the rewetting brings a strong emission reduction and possibly new sequestration. And this also works in combination with agriculture. So agriculture is something that we can see as a financing option for peatland restoration, for future restoration and protection of peatlands. The term paludiculture means agriculture and forestry on wet peatlands. So the key criterion is to conserve the peat layer. And there is evidence, as you can see from the studies here, that the emission reduction is rather strong and that possibly also the sink function really works. So on the right-hand part, you see all the dots in the red square are actually sites, peatlands, where we have uptake of CO2 and sequestration of CO2, while the biomass is harvested and used for producing something. So you in the fen peatlands that we are talking about, you can use the above ground biomass and still have peat formation in the soil. There's also emerging data on biodiversity benefits from it. Of course, you should not compare a rewetted peatland used for paludiculture with the best natural peatland, but you have to compare it with a drained peatland as a reference. And you should focus, in my opinion, on Maya-typical and Maya-specific biodiversity, like aquatic warblers, for example, and all their community they are associated with. This is again one of our study sites, and we can see very well that there is an increase in bird species and protected bird species. And for example, 40% of all dragonflies in our region are present in the site of only 10 hectares and only 3 years after rewetting. There is now a network of such paludiculture projects in Germany, and I just want to make you aware that a lot of people are working on it now. We are systematically gathering data on biodiversity, and our knowledge base in all these different projects, with all the many people involved in this PaludiNet, will increase in the next years, and it is a network funded over 10 years now. Of course, you may ask yourself, is there interest in agricultural products from these wet peatlands? Why have they been drained in the first place? Because it was more attractive and there was more interest in biomass from drained peatlands. We have now calculated that for different parts of our industry in Germany, like paper, construction materials, furniture, for example, if you bring in only 5% of the peatland biomass, and this can be done because it's feasible for it, you could already use the biomass from 1/3 of the potential area of restored peatlands in Germany. So by adding a small part of it and being also not fully dependent on it, we can and we see interest in the biomass from a large area, up to a total area of our currently drained peatlands. So there is an alliance of companies at the moment working on it. And this is clearly an interesting option for stimulating farmers to rewet their lands, to agree on rewetting, because farmers, they want to produce something in the first place. They don't want to get donations or subsidies mainly, but they want to produce a good product. And it's very good to see that all these companies now joining up for paludiculture products work together. They signal that they are interested, and just to show you, they can also have fun. This is a nice picture of the first shipping box by a big company in Germany, where this biomass from the restored peatlands is included. And this company already announced that by 2028, they will produce all their shipping boxes with peatland biomass. And my last slide is about peatland photovoltaics. This is a very emerging field. I do see it as an option for the very degraded peatlands. and there's ongoing research about it. And so far, we do not have a lot of knowledge about the greenhouse gas fluxes, about biodiversity, about the economics. But I think it is an interesting option to study it. There is a research group now in Germany, and we are also setting up an experimental site now where we will have different types of solar panels and do a lot of measurements, do a lot of biodiversity measurements as well. And if that proves that it is indeed an improvement to the previous state and that it can be combined with many of our other targets, it will never be an option for large, very large areas. The main part is probably carbon credits, agriculture, or a combination of it, but it can be also a useful option for smaller areas. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to any questions now or maybe also later on by email. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisca. Incredible information. I really enjoyed all that you was speaking. Okay, I don't need to ask if somebody has a question because there are many, at least one.
Hello, Francisca. I would like to ask you about this photovoltaics, because in Poland, we, from the definition, we not allowed the photovoltaics in the peatlands. We, within the wetland committee, agreed that we will not support it because to build the infrastructure even on the degraded in drained peatlands may hinder future restoration. But maybe we are wrong, and I will contact you probably about this via email because we need the knowledge about this. But what's your position about, for example, to setting up the photovoltaics in drained peatlands, and if such infrastructure will not hinder for some time the potential for restoration? Thank you.
Thank you, Jarek. Let's exchange further about it. So in Germany, we see a lot of solar energy plants now built in drained peatlands. We have analyzed it. It's probably almost 1,000 hectares by now, and it's just happening. So there is no legal option to prevent it. So they're just building it because the permissions for building on a drained peatlands are not in a way on a federal level, but really on a local level. So I'm strongly against building photovoltaics now in drained peatlands because I share your fear that it may prevent future restoration. There are people, they say it's not a problem, you can still raise the water table, but it will depend on the specific setup. What in Germany we and others try to stimulate is that there is an incentive for combining photovoltaics and revetting. So we have a law, a renewable energy law in Germany, and under this law there's a specific regulation that if you do it in combination with raising the water table to a mean annual level of -10, -30, then you get additional payments. And this is something that now the investors in photovoltaics are aware of and are starting to use.
Thank you. We have time enough to list another question. There is someone?
Could I make a question? Yeah. So, hi, Francisca. I'm Vanessa Sanchez from Fundación Global Nature. I would like to ask you if you have any data about paludiculture. It seems to be a possible solution for the future conservation of peatlands. And I wonder if you know if it has increased the number of farmers that are engaging into the new agro-environmental schemes under the new CAP that we are now on the new CAP program, at least in Germany or or other European countries. Do you know if these new agri-environmental measures or schemes are getting more farmers involved to conserve peatlands, and does it have any good point for the future?
Yeah, thank you very much. Very good question. So first, we have a lot of information we also would like to share. For example, a database of potential paludiculture plants, describing how they can be cultivated, and also what is needed then actually to in terms of management, and how these plants could be used. So this is a database that is also applicable for all over Europe. You can access it from our Greifswald Moor website. I'm happy to share it with you. And what we do see is indeed a growing interest of farmers in agri-environmental schemes, in Pillar 2 payments, providing finance for higher water tables. And the bottleneck in recent years was not the number of farmers, but the number of technical support systems to guarantee the flow of the funding, because you can imagine that if you provide a payment for a specific water table, you need a control mechanism that this water table is actually achieved. So you need an expert going there and checking the water table, measuring something, and this was the bottleneck. So there were many more farmers actually applying for the schemes than our federal states could handle. And then the second important thing is that with an agri-environmental scheme, you can facilitate higher water tables in areas where you can easily, in a way, raise it or lower the water table. So with respect to water management, there are some areas where you can very easily manage the water level with a few, like really just changing the height of a weir or whatever. But for restoring wetlands, often more efforts are necessary. You need to do a planning for it. You need to remove maybe dikes. You need to build some new dikes, for example, close ditches, and so on. And this is something that cannot be paid from agri-environmental schemes. And therefore now our government is working on a funding regulation. It's called PALU for paludiculture. It will get very big, so it's more than €1 billion that should be spent with this regulation. And this is in highly intensive discussions with European Commission, because it affects eligibility rules of a common agricultural policy. But if it works out, then maybe next year there would be a specific regulation also available, providing additional payment for the process of the revetting that comes before actually the agricultural use of the wet site. And this is something hopefully also other countries could then adopt.
Wow, thank you very much. I hope to share time with you in next event, and thank you for your time. Francisca, do you want to stay online for the next talk, or you are going to disconnect? It's just to...
I'm happy to listen, but I will switch off my video and will just listen. Thank you.
Okay, well, we will see
and
you.
have a good conference, everybody.
Thank you. Hope to see you soon. Okay, and now I have the pleasure to introduce Vanessa Sanchez. She is my co-worker. She's an environmental science graduate. She has been working in Fundación Global Nature for more than 20 years. She's specialized in biodiversity, agricultural sustainability, climate change. She coordinates the Life Wetland, the Life Wetland for Climate, a beautiful project, an amazing project that developed a methodology for promoting wetlands management for climate mitigation while preserving ecosystem integrity. She also led Life Agradat project demonstrating sustainable adaptation in agriculture, and La Rosa for Climate, a municipal climate strategy, and she has developed a lot of work related with the health policies and climate change. So, Vanessa, thank you for being here. It's your time.
Okay, thank you. Hello? Okay, now it's working. I think we need the presentation in the... Okay, here it is. So, well, yes, I would like to thank you for coming today, the second day of the conference, moreover after your wonderful trip yesterday with Eduardo, that I guess that it was much more interesting in some way than this kind of presentations. But anyway, this is live project we made, the Wetlands for Climate, where we could develop a methodology for the management and restoration of Mediterranean wetlands. And this was an EU-funded project that finished last year at the end of 2024. And the good news is that we come here with some interesting results to share with you after four interesting years of project. And the main goal was to restore Mediterranean wetlands as carbon sinks, but enhancing, of course, the biodiversity and the water resilience. And we coordinated this project, our team in Fundación Global Nature, so many of the persons who are now with you in the live awom in the team were involved in Wetlands for Climate, so if you have any question, you can ask them, because they know, in some cases, better than me, the project. And we had to, in between our partners, the University of Valencia with the Instituto Cabanilles. It was led by Antonio Camacho, an important researcher on limnology and on climate change mitigation for wetlands, and we had two other partners. And what we made during this project, here. Why did we decide to work on Mediterranean wetlands? Well, since the 70s, as you know, our natural wetlands in the Mediterranean region have declined by approximately the 50%, and it was mainly due to conversion into agricultural lands and urban areas. And these ecosystems are crucial as carbon sinks, because there are significant greenhouse gases mitigation potentials into them. But if they are in poor conservation, if they are threatened, then they can be carbon emitters. So the point is that if we keep them in the good conservation status, then they are mitigating climate change. But if they are altered, then they convert into emitters. So that's the main point that we have to keep control, to have them in a good conservation status. So these kind of ecosystems in the carbon markets or voluntary carbon markets or the official emission trading system and so on are underestimated completely until the last 5 years. As we all know, this kind of markets have worked much more on forests, and in the last years we are trying to promote this information on the interest of conserve and restore this kind of ecosystems. And of course, as Francisca said before, these ecosystems are not only carbon mitigating areas, but of course they have other ecosystem services that in the voluntary carbon market they call it co-benefits, but we think it's not a co-benefit, it's the benefit of having an ecosystem in a good health. Then we can have there other benefits like biodiversity conservation, as we all know, you much better than me, water quality, and of course climate resilience, since they allow us to adapt to climate change much better. Sorry, I go in the other direction. Here. So which were our main results during the project? We selected 10 pilot Mediterranean wetlands to work in Spain, and we were working mainly in coastal wetlands in Valencia region, in inland wetlands, saline inland wetlands, and freshwater inland wetlands. And we were measuring in all these 10 pilot wetlands different management actions at different levels. Our colleagues in the university, they were making in all the pilot wetlands different plots to measure in control plots and in experimental plots to measure the effect of all these management actions on the greenhouse gases flux measurements, on the carbon balance. So they were monitoring, reporting, and verifying these measurements. And in a big scale, as the Fundación, we were implementing these management actions in the different pilot wetlands too. And we were testing actions like vegetation management with mowing with amphibious machine, plantation of macrophytes, extensive grazing, livestock, mainly with ovine, not into the water table, but in the perilagunar areas. We were to mowing with tractors in the areas that were dry during summertime. And we were to, well, it was mandatory under this, to enhance the carbon sink and the emissions avoiding, it's mandatory to extract all the biomass that we create during the management of the vegetation, and to shred that biomass and to give it a secondary use in the agricultural farms for livestock or for agriculture, for croplands. We made 2 soil management actions, and you can see there the number of hectares that we were working with all these actions. And we made, we tested the stripping, the upper sediment removal, and the mudding. Antonio told about these actions yesterday, so I don't go more in deep. And we made 2 water management rewetting around, it's not in this slide, but we rewetted around 70 hectares in one inland freshwater wetland. So what we finally got, what our scientific team was measuring, the team of Antonio Camacho, was this carbon balance with all these plots in all the pilot wetlands, testing all these management and restoration actions, and they were measuring were all you can imagine regarding the carbon balance. Well, we were measuring, of course, the emissions of methane out to methanotrophy and, of course, the methanogenesis too, but we were measuring too the respiration, so how much CO2 all this, in all the departments of the wetland was provocating, and the photosynthesis of vegetation, of benthos and of plankton, and the respiration of plankton, and they were measuring too what was going on all the bacterial activity into the wetland. And this is the main results we achieved, or our scientific team achieved during the project. There is a lot of information into here, but I invite you to go into the website to see all the results. There are 4 scientific articles in peer review, actually, that we hope to be published in the following months. It depends on the scientific magazines. But what you can see here is that in the different type of wetlands we have studied, the blue bars are coastal wetlands, the green bars are I think it's no-saline? Yeah, freshwater wetlands, and the brown bars are saline wetlands. And this is the amount of emissions avoided by type of action and by type of wetlands, measured by, measured by tons of CO2 equivalent per hectare and per year. And you can see that the most effective action of those that we were testing is the mowing of reeds, mainly reeds, because we measure too the mowing of other kinds of species, of vegetation species. So it can go up to 24 tons of CO2 equivalent per hectare and per year in coastal wetlands, or up to 38 tons of CO2 equivalent per hectare and per year in saline wetlands. This is a big amount. If we think about forests, usually 1 hectare of forest can be mitigating around 8 to 10 tons. So this is much more than forest. And it's very interesting to have this data. And we have the scientific, all the scientific research behind this data. So with all this information, what we created was this methodology for the reduction and compensation of greenhouse gases emissions with the management and restoration of Mediterranean wetlands. And we have published this methodology. It's a protocol with all the steps you have to do if you want to compensate the carbon footprint of whoever under this kind of projects. You have all the information in the website, and you can find it in these links. Sorry, I got here. You have the QR code that where you can find the website, in the website, the information. And this methodology, of course, we can use it for this typology of Mediterranean wetlands because those are the wetlands that we have studied, but of course we could, together with our scientific team, we could increase the type of wetlands that could be into this methodology. So it works for coastal, inland saline wetlands, and inland freshwater wetlands. And this is like a workflow on how the methodology works. There is a lot of information there, but you can find it published in all in the website and so on. Mainly, if you want to start project, the first thing we have to do is to see which typology of wetland we are working at, and then to measure which is the ecological state of conservation of the wetlands. In Spain, we have a legal framework to measure this. And we made that too during the project. We were having a look at the ecological status and all the indicators regarding biodiversity conservation and the habitats conservation status and the ecological state of the wetland to see that all the actions we were implementing didn't have a negative impact on the wetland, but that the biodiversity was increasing. And if the wetland is in a good state of conservation, then you can use all the coefficients and all the baseline scenarios that we have published in the methodology. And if it's in a bad state of conservation, we can use this methodology, but then a baseline scenario must be calculated by the scientific team. Then, after knowing this, what we have to do is to create the restoration project, which management and restoration actions are needed, and to make a first estimation on the greenhouse gases that we are going to avoid thanks to the project. And that can be estimated too using all the formulas that we have published in the methodology. You can have a look at it. And of course, we have to comply with all legal frameworks and so on. And if we get the financial, then we can implement the project, and a monitoring is necessary. There is a monitoring necessary during the project. This monitoring means that in some cases there must be measurements on the wetland. And finally, the verification can happen after 5 years of the project. And for the verification is needed a standard that approves the methodology. And this verification, of course, and the monitoring, since this methodology is standardizing the procedures, the only acceptable method until now for Mediterranean wetlands is the direct measurements of greenhouse gases fluxes on site. There is a difference with peatlands in this case, because when peatlands are applied under standards of carbon credits and so on, there are a lot of much more information to work on proxies. So because there are much more scientific information on the carbon sink capacity of peatlands, it's not the case for Mediterranean wetlands where more research is needed. And which are the next steps we are doing under the foundation with Fundación Global Nature. We are trying to get this methodology approved under a standard, and we have this ministry working on that, and they promise us since 2 years ago by now that they will approve the methodology and the registry of projects for CO2 absorption that this ministry has got. And they promised like 2 months ago that it will happen this year. We are crossing our fingers. And if we don't get that standard approved, that this standard approves our methodology, we will go to social carbon. It's a private standard, and we have already talked with them, and they're interested, but then it's much more expensive, so we are waiting to our ministry to go ahead. And we are working too with an entity of verification. It must be an external audit entity. And we are working with SGS. There is a Spanish call very similar to AENOR. I don't know if you know them, but they are working on the monitoring steps that must be done to verify the carbon credits. So what worked well during the project, and what worked not so well, or what challenges do we face in this new time? So we could see that the restoration and management actions on vegetation, soil, and water that we were testing are improving biodiversity, and of course they remove emissions, all of them too. So I would like you to have in mind that the wetland is already mitigating climate change just for existing. I mean, it's there and it mitigates, but we do not sell that. We do not sell the carbon sink capacity of the wetland. We only sell the carbon credits that we can produce thanks to the management actions that we are implementing. And we know that all these management actions are increasing the amount of greenhouse gases that we can avoid. We know that we have very robust scientific data behind for MRV methodologies and so on, and we need a continuous scientific monitoring, and the scientific team is working with us. And it worked very well too for us, the multi-stakeholder engagement, that we could integrate science, we could integrate policymakers, and of course farmers, because we had to make many land stewardships contract with the landowners and with the farmers and with the authorities, and that was working very well. And which are our main challenges? Well, we have very high MRV costs. As I told you, we need to verify everything, measuring with a scientific team, measuring on land. So we have robust data, but then it's more expensive to do it like that, because we don't have this kind of proxies as in the peatlands ecosystems have. So more research is needed to go ahead on that and have more scientific information to work on proxies. We have, our carbon credit price is very high compared to the market. So what we know is that we need blended, what we call blended finance, because it's needed a public and private finance on this kind of projects. And of course, we had many bureaucracy hurdles with the European Commission, because we were working together with this carbon removal certification framework that the European Commission was launching in the last years. And we had to, the collaboration of Wetlands International to do that. We could arrive to the Commission, and we could, our methodology has been reviewed by the Commission, and that was very important, but the Commission decided to work first on peatlands, so we are a bit behind. The Mediterranean ecosystems are behind of peatlands, so we expect that goes ahead at a further stage, as they told us. And of course, with our ministry too, we will have these hurdles, that we need them to approve the methodology in the future. So regarding nature finance and business sector, we know we are facilitating these verifiable carbon credits for businesses, and we have private companies very interested in working on this. And we know that our methodology is meeting their demands for measurable sustainability actions. They need to measure with key KPIs, so indicators on how the projects work or not. So we need to align with the ESG and corporate sustainability strategies, and this is a way of doing that. And we can find their finance to restore our wetlands thanks to this kind of projects and methodologies. And we are now pre-selling carbon credits at an early stage. So we know that we have a big potential with this methodology, because it works for Mediterranean wetlands, targeting coastal, inland, and freshwater wetlands, saline or freshwater. And we know there are around 31,000 hectares of these kinds of wetlands in Spain. So it's around 80% of the Spanish wetlands. And we have a flexible and scalable methodology that could be used across the entire Mediterranean basin. And we have recommendations that we will need blended finance models that combines public and private finance. And we are, of course, exploring two other opportunities to align with the ESG corporate need to get more private finance. And we are exploring other footprint credits like biodiversity or water footprint credits, not only carbon, but we need to avoid the carbon tunnel, and because we are not restoring, I mean, we are not just doing an infrastructure with renewable energies, we are restoring an ecosystem, and we have a lot of biodiversity there. And we have begun this case study, and after the Live Wetlands for Climate project in one Mediterranean wetland, Marjal del Moro, that already 4 private companies are financing. And we have this coastal wetland of around 300 hectares, and we are working in 75 hectares, where we will create around 1,500 tons of CO2 equivalent in carbon credits. Although we can only sell 1,300 because we have to keep this 10% buffer. And it's a project for the next 10 years. It began just now in 2025. And the price of the carbon credit is very high, but we have these other co-benefits, so I will call it ecosystem services. We are restoring habitats of community interest, benefiting around 250 hectares of these habitats. We have a social benefit because we promote the creation of new jobs, and we facilitate this biomass to farmers. We have this efficient water management improve, and it's a nature-based solutions, and we, of course, there is more adaptation to climate change thanks to the conservation, and this is the kind of indicators that the private companies need to finance this kind of projects. And well, we have these land stewardships with the landowners around the wetland, and we have already pre-sold these future carbon credits. We are waiting for our standard to approve the methodology to have these carbon credits officially, but it's going on. So which are our next steps, and which are our lessons learned that we need to scale this methodology across Spain and across Southern Europe, across the Mediterranean basin. And we are waiting for these standards to approve the methodology to go on that. We need to overcome these MRV cost barriers, and we need to share this information with other networks and frameworks to look for more science behind this kind of projects. So we will go ahead on the following years on that. And we are advocating for improved policies and financial mechanisms. Well, our main recommendation is to simplify the certification and ensure the carbon pricing, that the carbon pricing in the voluntary carbon markets reflects that these other co-benefits or ecosystem services that these kinds of ecosystem restorations have. We are advocating for that under the European Commission together with Wetlands International too. And that's it by now. I hope not to have been too long. If you have any questions, thank you.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. I bet that all people here and the people is online is believe that this innovative financing mechanism will help to restore and conserve wetlands and peatlands. So thank you very much for your presentation. There is any question in the hall? Okay, we have some right there. Sabo?
Very interesting presentation. It's also get my brain working. To what extent have you explored, or do you see opportunities to use these potential of wetlands in the southern Mediterranean countries, where coastal wetlands and other wetlands are important for the aquatic warbler staging areas, and we heard during the previous days that they are highly threatened by neglect and other use because they don't value them. To what extent the carbon market could be actually factored into our fight to save these wetlands?
Thank you, Shavak, for this question. Well, we really think that this kind of financial mechanism can help a lot to restore wetlands in the Mediterranean basin. We know that the private sector is really interested in this kind of projects because they need to compensate their carbon footprint. But until now, we have facing this administrative harnesses. I mean, since the Commission was regulating this carbon removal certification framework, then our ministry had to stop the approval of our methodology until having the Commission scheme on how it could work. So the time was going on, and we are like during like the last 3 years trying to get approved under a standard and so on. But in any case, this methodology is applicable to all this kind of Mediterranean wetlands, and the same baseline scenarios can be applied to other Mediterranean wetlands. And well, it's in our mind to try to scale that and to share it under other kind of projects with other countries, because we are sure that it will happen here in Spain, and we would like to share it with other Mediterranean countries to give them the methodology to be approved and to be used by other.
So just to clarify my question, that was more concerning exporting these methodology to Morocco or, in other countries in the Mediterranean where you don't have the bureaucracy of the European Commission.
Yeah, until now we haven't explored that, but yes, it could be a possibility to cooperate, and of course they can use it because it's this, I mean, there are the same ecosystems, so all the data is valid for them.
Thank you. There is another question. We have time enough? Oh, okay. Derek.
In fact, I want just to follow the Szabolcs comment, because I found it might be the good mechanism for not only Mediterranean country, but also African countries, because, you know, within EU we can find other mechanism, but this one is just the worldwide. But maybe I am too far with the question, but it will be applicable to Morocco, but also to the more southern African country, including Senegal or so on.
Yeah, of course it could work on there too. And yes, we may need, our next steps are included to get this international standard to approve the methodology. So after that, whoever could try to do a project under this standard, so it could work, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Vanessa. Thank you, all of you. Please stay right there, because I invite you to listen the next 4 amazing speakers. And they are going to talk about the past, the present, the future of the aquatic warbler. So please, in a few minutes, 1 minute or 2, Antonio Guillén, Gabin Ablunon, Alejandro Rubia, Mohamed Amesian, and Sabot is going to be here talking about very interesting things. So thank you. As I say, stay there. Thank you. Probably you are wondering what happened with the coffee break. The coffee break is going to be next. So you are going to be rewarded if you stay there and listen patiently all the speaker. And then we are offering you a delicious coffee break like yesterday. Okay, Antonio Guillén is not going to be here now. It's going to be later. So, but no worries. You are going to have chance enough to talk with Guillem. It's your time. No, coffee in a break? No.
We'll have the next section.
Yes, you need to listen, and then
All right, let's verify.
the reward is going to be after this. Do you know how to work?
Yep, okay. Now you can hear me. Yes. So we have worked so much with Antonio on the development of these live projects that basically I kind of consider myself as a English-speaking extension of him. Probably I talked more to him than to my wife in that period. Anyway, it's really a great pleasure of me to have the opportunity to chair this session because it introduces a lot of old and new friends who I acquired during the development of this proposal. We will try to start with Gabin Ablogon from our Wetlands International Africa office, if we manage the connection with him. Gabin, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, we have a backup plan in case. Gabin, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Fantastic. Okay, then I introduce you in more detail. So, yeah, Gabin is one of the people in this conference I know for the longest. We have been working together, on the Arctic to Africa project when he started working for Wetlands International about 15 years ago. He has a master's degree in project management and management. And yeah, you can see that in his work. He has grown into a person who is managing different projects at Wetlands International Africa, from livelihood to biodiversity projects. And he is the project manager of also the Senegalese component of this project. I just call him as a fixer. Whenever I need something to be fixed in Senegal, he's solving the problems. So, Gabin, let's hope that we can solve also these remote presentation problems, because the visa, that's what you cannot fix.
Thank you. Thank you, Zalos. Thank you, everybody. This morning, I would like to present you quickly the our project initiative and the intervention we are going to do in Senegal. This presentation was prepared by myself and my colleague Khadige, who work with me on these projects. First of all, I want to present our organization, our institution, our office. I will tell Wetland International Africa, Western Coast and Gulf of Guinea, which is an international NGO under Senegalese law. We are a member of Wetland International Worldwide Network, which is already presented since yesterday by other colleagues. And as part of this network, we are working for the conservation and the wide use of wetlands for the benefits of biodiversity and human well-being. We are the part of this network who is working mostly in the African part, particularly on the west coastal part of the continent, active in these parts of the continent and in Senegal since 1998. We are working in the region also through at the moment through two national offices in Guinea-Bissau and in Sierra Leone, supported by a regional office based in Dakar, where I am working from. In this presentation, I want to point it out the importance of the Senegal for the species aquatic warbler. I will also talk a bit about the ongoing challenges in the country faced to these species conservation. I will also talk a bit about other conservation efforts ongoing in the country about the conservation and also these species conservation. And finally, we'll let know some possibilities, some solution that offer that these life our own project offer us to do in the country. The aquatic warbler in Senegal. Senegal is a home to one of the most important wintering sites currently known for the species. The site on which we are going to work within this project is located in the vicinity of the Juji National Park, which is an important protected area in the country. In this area, there is extent of potential suitable area for the species is estimated about 2,500 hectares, but we are going to focus on a 300 hectares of this area as a focus of the initiative within this life arm project. The wintering population, estimating wintering population is between 10 and 50% of the global population of the state, according to the studies and also former expedition made doing in the 20,000 years and from the subsequent study in following years. The Juge National Park is a Ramsar site. It is also a World Heritage Site and also has this label of Man and Biosphere Reserve. That's all constitute or form an advantage for our intervention that we can build on to push and smoothly do the expectation and accomplish the expectation we have behind this life project. Some assumption also is about the existence of other places in the country, mainly in the Salom Delta region, for as home also for some sites suitable for the aquatic warbler species. Under these current security situations, Senegal country is one of the country that where field work can be done, and it constitutes from a advantage and yes, and a possibility for a good possibility for us to explore and to consolidate the conservation of this site for the species. What about the ongoing challenges? The ongoing challenges is mainly about the degradation of the habitat of the sites already identified due to preventing water, due to lack water supply to the sites caused from the sedimentation and the obstruction of the main water channel to the seats. We also have overgrazing by the population and the catchers in the area, but also some plastic pollution that can be seen in the picture at your left in the presentation. We also facing a lack of awareness of the population, of the community, and also for the local authorities. And we can note that despite the importance of these sites, for the species and for the odor also, the habitat is not granted with any environmental protection status at this time. But this is At national level, there is no currently a specific action plan for the aquatic warbler in the country. Despite this situation, we have nevertheless we have some conservation effort ongoing at the national country and also particularly in the area within the sites within the Jude area which is located in the Saint Louis. Within this conservation effort, we can mention these projects called Project Bois, which is aiming to rehabilitate a Mboa wetland, which is the largest part of the Jude and the vicinity of this Jude, which includes our our aquatic warbler site. And this project is intended to rehabilitate the agreement by combining a system in which within each we will have agriculture and biodiversity coexist in harmony. We can also mention this initiative with on the Senegal Senegal Delta Bird Observatory Project, which is a initiative involving Senegal and Mauritania, mainly on the Delta Biosphere Reserve, to Langue de Barbarie, which promoting bird reading exercise and bird count exercise within the region and in the area. We have a International Waterbird Census Program, which is operating every year in the country and also in the Jude as part of as a main part of the main site for the biodiversity in the country. We can also mention we can also mention another initiative called Project Wishes, which focus on strengthening exercise in the sub-Saharan Africa on bird, promoting the utilization and a population benefit, particularly in terms of food security and local development. Former expedition focus on the aquatic warbler exploration, like the expedition in Jael in 1996 by the BirdLife Aquatic Warbler Conservation Team. And globally, we have the Senegal country, which is a party of the Bond Convention, CMS Convention, which is an advantage for us in this initiative for conservation of the aquatic warbler in the country. Now, what is the main thing, main solution, main opportunity which is offers these life awom projects? From these life awom projects and for the benefits for the conservation of the aquatic warbler in the country, we are going to make restoration activities in the site aquatic warbler sites already found in the country in Jude vicinity. Engage with local communities, members and authority for the sites protection include for the site protection by using these awareness exercise awareness line of action to engage with this local community and authority in and to up to and to establishment of a community conservation area and all its management tool to be put in place for a smoothly management of this site. We are going as opportunity to support local communities in terms of livelihood which is then strategy we usually use to comfort and to support our conservation action in the site. We are going, thanks to these projects, to support local monitoring unit for the aquatic wobbler in the site, which will include a capacity building of local people in monitoring protocol for the species, but also some infrastructure improvements in terms to set up in place, as I said, a unit with the basic and needed instrument to continue the monitoring of these species even if after the project. Well, as I also mentioned, there are some assumptions from other potential sites in the country, and from the awom Life project, we are going to, thanks to the gap filling exercise, to do some exploration and to confine or not these other potential sites existing in the country. And finally, but not the least, we are going to try to develop a national action plan specifically for the aquatic wobbler in the country. That is the opportunity we have from the Life Arm project. Since the starting of the project to today, we already started and do some actions, some activities like the awareness of the local community, discussion with the community leaders and community members about the project and the engagement we discussed with all of them before the start of the project. This kind of activity already started, as I presented on this photo album on the diapositive. We also already organized an official launch of the project and its activities back to back to a celebration of this year World Migratory Birds Day celebration, which gathered together many partners like national bird life partners here in Senegal, with which we have also an initiative, mainly the MBOA project I mentioned it earlier. This activity also puts together also some, in terms of awareness and sensitization, the schools people, the young people within the area, within the site and around the site, in terms of sensitization that we also point it out during this day and this celebration day, and taking opportunity of these celebration, which put together number of partners. As I said, we also put in place for our project the national working group that will foresee and overview the management of the project activities during the 5 years action we have. That is what I want to present to you all today. And if any question, feel free to contact me at this address in the Tiapo. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gaben. I think we might have time for one quick question. Does anybody wants to ask something from Gaben? No? Yes, Julian?
Hi, Gabin.
Hi.
Thanks a lot for your presentation and your implementation in aquatic warbler conservation. I'm Julien Fouché from Association Aquara, and I've just one question about ringing in Senegal Delta. I think it is coordinated by Guilhem Chacon as a ringer. And which ring do you use? Is it special rings?
I'll ask you, can I will leave this reply to Zabosh with its more specific on this thing. And you are right. This initiative is the Bird Delta Senegal Bird Observatory, led by Guillaume from, I think, from Ascola. But I prefer to leave Zabosh to reply on this question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Gabin, thank you very much for delegating the task. I think this is an issue that we will still have to work out, and we just talked about it yesterday with Julien, that we might actually set up a meeting with you and Kadi and the others involved in Senegal. Okay? Thank you very much. So I suggest that we move on to the next speaker and continue our, I just compared this session to the Budapest-Bamako rally, if you heard about that. That's across driving from Budapest down to Bamako. It's to a large extent replicates the migration route or former migration route of the aquatic warblers from Hungary to the inner Niger Delta. We are doing it in a reverse order, so we have heard about Senegal. Now the next speaker is Alejandro Onrubia, who is going to talk about aquatic warbler in the Maghreb region. Alejandro has a PhD in biology. I don't think that in Spain I need a lot of introductions, even not in Europe or North Africa, to Alejandro, because he has been coordinating for many, many years, I think 35 years of work experience. He has been coordinating the migration research at Tarifa in the Strait of Gibraltar. He has been leading, and under this Life awom project, also leading gap-filling surveys in North Africa, West Africa. So he's the kind of impersonation of the aquatic warbler researchers on the move. Alejandro, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Saud. Bueno, buenos días. Gracias a la organización por... la presentación.
No, it's okay. La presentación. Presentation. Do I need to do that? Okay.
Hold on. Ponme cualquiera. Ponme una que salgan fotos.
Okay.
Bueno, buenos días. Gracias a la organización por invitarme a este evento y gracias a vosotros por estar aquí. Y bueno, yo en esta charla básicamente quería presentaros un poco lo que estamos haciendo. Como se ha visto estos días, o ayer y hoy, hay todavía mucha falta de información sobre la biología, sobre la parte especialmente de la migración y de la invernada de esta especie. Y de hecho, una parte importante de este proyecto LIFE es intentar ir avanzando en el conocimiento y rellenando esos huecos que tenemos sobre la migración de esta especie, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, en este proyecto precisamente lo que hay una parte que son organizar varias expediciones a África a buscar sitios importantes para la especie. Pero, claro, previamente necesitamos conocer lo que se sabe de la especie y lo que falta por saber, al menos lo que sería importante de saber para la conservación de la especie, ¿no? Entonces, en esta introducción yo quería plantearos un poco un pequeño resumen de lo que conocemos del papel que juega el Magreb, el norte de África, para la migración del carricerín cejudo en términos de sus rutas migratorias, zonas de parada, ¿no?, de sedimentación, fenología, estrategia migratoria, hábitat y amenazas, ¿no? Bueno, todos conocéis la especie, es una auténtica singularidad, es un animal fantástico. Es un migrador de larga distancia, es un especialista de hábitat, ¿no? De esos herbazales húmedos, encharcados, y además es una especie muy amenazada, en peligro, que ha sufrido o está sufriendo un fuerte declive poblacional con extinciones locales. Y además, una cosa que no todo el mundo sabe es que es una de las especies de aves que tiene récords en tiempo de cópula. Es un pájaro que se tira 20 minutos copulando, ¿vale? Es una singularidad. Tiene un récord en ese sentido, ¿no? Entonces, desde el punto de vista de su biología reproductiva, también es un animal muy singular y una paradoja. Entonces, es muy importante que este viajero de larga distancia y tan disfrutón, pues consigamos que sobreviva en este planeta, ¿no? La zona de estudio es el Magreb, que es el noroeste de África. Es una zona, desde el punto de vista de la migración de la especie del carricerín cejudo, pues es una zona muy importante porque es esa transición entre las zonas de cría y las zonas de invernada. Está en una zona, digamos, en las que la especie tiene que cruzar o ingeniárselas para cruzar dos grandes barreras, el mar, puede ser el Mediterráneo o el Atlántico, si viene por la costa occidental, y tenemos la gran barrera que es el desierto del Sáhara. Pensad que un carricerín cejudo de media puede hacer recorrer distancias de 6.000 kilómetros en su migración, en viaje de ida y de vuelta, de media, pero aproximadamente la mitad de ese viaje va a ser en lugares completamente inhóspitos para él, para parar, para comer, para descansar. Puede ser el mar o puede ser el desierto. Y eso significa que es muy importante para él tener buenos lugares de parada en su migración. Además, estas zonas del Magreb pues, tienen la circunstancia de que las zonas húmedas que hay allí son fuertemente estacionales. Son lugares que unos años están inundadas, otros años no están inundadas, y eso genera una cierta impredecibilidad de los hábitats de los que depende la especie. Bueno, para, digamos, rellenar esos huecos en el conocimiento, realmente es un animal que es buscar un fantasma, es buscar una aguja en un pajar. O sea, buscar carricerín en África es una tarea titánica. O sea, es un animal con una población muy pequeña, distribuida por una superficie extraordinariamente amplia. Entonces, bueno, pues estamos realizando revisión de bibliografía, no está aquí toda, pero bueno, al menos la parte que se va publicando. Hay muchos reports, informes locales, pues sobre todo de los equipos franceses que han trabajado muchísimo en el oeste de África y que tienen muy buena información. Y hay también muy buena información de ornitólogos locales, de Marruecos, de Senegal o de otros países. Y también en los últimos años, gracias pues al avance de la tecnología, ha venido en nuestra ayuda pues todo lo que ha sido el desarrollo de técnicas de seguimiento remoto con geolocalizadores u otros dispositivos que han sido una auténtica revolución y para nosotros una gran ayuda en el estudio de la migración, ¿no? Y eso nos ha permitido pues, ir haciendo distintas campañas de campo, de anillamiento o de seguimiento de la especie en distintos países, ¿no? Aquí os he puesto algunas de las que hemos hecho nosotros, pero hay otros equipos trabajando muy bien en estas zonas, sobre todo equipos franceses con los que bueno, pues, colaboramos en esta parte, ¿no? Y bueno, a ver si consigo que pose. Esta mapa, no sé si se ve bien, por ejemplo, recopila, para que os hagáis una idea, en el trabajo de Schaffer, se publica en 2006, se ve un poco la recopilación de citas que hay hasta 2006 de la especie, ¿no? Veis un poco la distribución de citas, de observaciones y anillamientos hasta 2006 en el Magreb. He metido también ahí, porque me parecía interesante, que Schaffer incluye unas cuantas citas en Egipto y en el Oriente Medio, porque, bueno, y esto da una cierta discusión de si el carricerín usa solo la ruta occidental de migración o podría haber otra ruta o los restos de otra ruta, ¿no? Y estas citas de Egipto, que las últimas, o digamos las más recientes, son de 1990 y poco, desde 1994 no hay ninguna cita en esa zona, quizás son los restos de una antigua ruta migratoria que recogía aves de Rusia hasta el este de África, ¿no? Y que es posible que esa ruta haya desaparecido, porque de hecho las poblaciones del este de Rusia han desaparecido, se han extinguido, ¿no? Pero bueno, la información que tenemos es estas son digamos, las citas que tenemos hasta ese año. Aquí tenéis lo que aparece en el Atlas de Migración Europeo, que se ha publicado recientemente. Veis un poco pues, cómo están las recuperaciones de carnicerines anillados en distintos lugares de Europa. Veis, se empieza a vislumbrar un poco esas rutas que siguen hacia el oeste, pero, por ejemplo, no hay ninguna recuperación de carnicerines cejudos en el norte de África, ¿vale? De aves europeas, no existen, ¿vale? No, es un agujero para las aves, ¿no? En el conocimiento de esta especie. Igualmente, si miramos los datos de IBERD, que son desde 1900 hasta la actualidad, pues veis un poco la distribución de observaciones y registros de la especie y veis cómo tiene ese enorme sesgo hacia Europa occidental y veis, bueno, pues la gran laguna que hay de citas, de conocimiento sobre la especie, ¿no? Y bueno, aún así, con esta información se han ido intentando recopilar o reconstruir lo que es la migración de esta especie, que es, como digo, una tarea difícil. Y de hecho, Jacubas pues, ya publicó algún trabajo en el que hacen una aproximación de lo que puede ser la migración de la especie, ¿no? Como dije, es un salto muy importante cualitativo el empleo de geolocalizadores. Se empiezan a usar en Ucrania con los primeros carnicerines cejudos marcados con geolocalizadores. Y esto son un número muy limitado de individuos, pero aún así la información que aportan es extremadamente valiosa. Un problema que tienen los geolocalizadores es que la precisión de la localización es muy vasta. Son aproximadamente 100, 150 kilómetros de la posición del geolocalizador, es decir, en un radio de aproximadamente 150 kilómetros está el animal. Pero claro, eso es muy grande. Te permite reconstruir bien la ruta, pero no te permite localizar específicamente el lugar donde ha parado, ¿no?, el animal. Aún así, es una información muy valiosa porque es una información que no está desviada, digamos, no tiene el error de que haya observadores o no haya observadores. O sea, el animal va registrando en su migración las posiciones y en ese sentido la información que luego se puede descargar es una información muy valiosa porque no tiene el error o el sesgo de que haya o no observadores, anilladores en una zona, ¿no? Aún así, con esta información pues ya se empieza a ver que hay zonas muy importantes de sedimentación de la especie en el suroeste de Europa y en el noroeste de África y además que hay áreas muy importantes para la invernada en torno al Senegal, al río Senegal y también muy importantes en el delta interior del río Níger, sobre todo en torno de Mali. Y estos son información de geolocalizadores que ya se ha presentado en varios momentos de este meeting, de Lituania y de Bielorrusia. Y bueno, ayer ya se veía un poco pues, de estos 19 ejemplares, estos 19 héroes que nos han dado una información extraordinaria pues, de la migración y que es la base o una de las bases importantes sobre las que vamos a construir estos muestreos en África, ¿no? Y que también confirman eso, pues lo que son las zonas importantes para sedimentación y zonas importantes de invierno, ¿no? Bueno, ahí veis en la invernada, el comienzo de la migración primaveral, la sedimentación en el noroeste de África y luego el salto rápido y el cruce rápido de Europa hasta las zonas de cría en el este. Bueno, y de forma resumida, pues eso, deciros, por un lado, las rutas que conocemos en base a la información de los geolocalizadores. Pues veis en los mapas de la izquierda está presentada la migración otoñal y en los dos mapas de la derecha la migración primaveral y los círculos marcan el tiempo de estancia de los distintos individuos, cuántos días han estado parados en un lugar, ¿no? O sea, no solo sabemos el lugar en el que han estado o la zona en la que han estado, sino que además sabemos cuánto tiempo han estado allí, ¿no? Entonces se ve, al menos con esta información, que el oeste de Europa, especialmente el oeste de Francia, el norte y el oeste de la península ibérica y el norte de África, juegan un papel fundamental para el paso y la sedimentación, el descanso, la recomposición de la grasa y del músculo de los carricerines, ¿no? Ay, perdón. Bueno, esto es lo correspondiente a la información de los geolocalizadores en migración otoñal. Se podrían identificar 9 zonas importantes de parada que se extiende desde el 10 de agosto hasta el 23 de septiembre, o sea, son las fechas en las que ellos cruzan, los carricerines cruzan el Magreb. No hay casi diferencia entre el norte del Magreb, o sea, por ejemplo, las zonas de Argelia o Marruecos con las de Mauritania, o sea, es un cruce muy rápido de esta zona. Y las fechas, digamos, medias de paso en este área es en torno a la primera quincena de septiembre, ¿no? Es donde se concentra el paso migratorio en otoño en estas zonas, ¿no? Hay muy poquitas zonas y además la mayor parte de los lugares de parada son lugares interiores del Magreb. Y esto contrasta con la migración de primavera. La migración de primavera, cuando las aves regresan a las zonas de cría, hay muchos más lugares de parada. De hecho, hay identificados 20 zonas de parada, de sedimentación, que se extienden desde el 17 de febrero hasta finales de abril, y las fechas medias de paso son eso, mediados de la segunda quincena de marzo, principios de abril, ¿no? Y en este caso la duración de los stopovers, de las paradas, es muy larga. Los aves pueden estar 2 semanas, incluso un mes, en un sitio paradas, engordando para hacer el salto, ¿no? Y de hecho hay cierta diferencia entre las zonas de parada en Mauritania, que son muy rápidas, hay muy poquitos sitios, muy tempranas. Las zonas de parada en Marruecos, que ya son un poquito más tarde y se concentran fundamentalmente a finales de marzo, principios de abril, con varias semanas o un par de semanas de parada. Incluso en Argelia las zonas de parada son también un poquito más tarde y también muy concentradas en humedales costeros, ¿no? Bueno, pues eso, en resumen, aquí veis un poco las zonas que están identificadas con los geolocalizadores y es uno de nuestros destinos para estos próximos años para prospectar, ¿no? Y bueno, pues llamar un poco la atención de que es un lugar muy importante, el Magreb, para la migración, para el paso de esta especie, fundamentalmente para la parada, para la sedimentación, para la recuperación de la grasa y el músculo, y especialmente en la migración de primavera, ¿no? Un aspecto quizá importante también de entender es que el papel que juega en la estrategia migratoria. O sea, hemos dicho que estas zonas, el Magreb es un área en la que el carricerín se tiene que preparar para cruzar el desierto o recuperarse después de cruzar el desierto del Sáhara y prepararse para el salto del mar. Pensar que en esa zona el Mediterráneo puede tener 700 kilómetros de ancho y el Sáhara pueden ser a casi 2.000 kilómetros de roca y arena, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, pues esas zonas, como digo, juegan un papel importantísimo para el engorde de la especie, de los individuos, para luego hacer el salto a las zonas de cría. Y bueno, pues en cuanto a los hábitats, aquí tenéis un poquito una muestra de lo que pueden ser las zonas donde paran los carricerines, ¿no? Pueden ser humedales costeros, pueden ser humedales interiores, riberas de distintos cauces, incluso zonas, hay unos cuantos posiciones de stopover, de parada en zonas de oasis o en zonas muy inhóspitas, ¿no? Y bueno, aquí veis un poquito el aspecto que pueden tener las zonas donde hemos localizado o donde hemos capturado y anillado carricerines cejudos, en este caso en Marruecos y sí, en África. Y también una cuestión que interesaría conocer es qué papel juegan algunas zonas artificiales o antrópicas, como pueden ser salinas, campos de arroz o campos de caña de azúcar, ¿no? Que es que hay registros, pero no sabemos qué papel juega para la especie, que podrían ser lugares alternativos, ¿no? Y en cuanto a amenazas, pues ya se han comentado, no voy a extenderme mucho porque ya se ha hablado del gran problema que tienen estas zonas. Hay poquitas zonas y además están muy presionadas por la actividad humana, y ese va a ser uno de los grandes hándicaps del futuro de la especie. Y bueno, pues con esto acabo mi presentación, un poco pues eso, hablar de la importancia que juega esta zona para la especie, especialmente como zona de parada en la migración de primavera. Y bueno, pues gracias a todos por la atención y si hay alguna pregunta, pues...
Alex, thank you very much for this wonderful introduction to the hidden life of aquatic warbler in the Sahara and the Maghreb region. I'm sure it has attracted some questions. If you ever wanted to know more about the secret life of aquatic warbler, yes, please.
Hola, buenos días. Yo quería preguntar si en los geolocalizadores, no sé el tiempo que llevan puesto, pero si llevan más de un año, sí, ¿no? Y repiten la zona. Mi pregunta es si se ha visto si repiten la zona dentro del margen de error de los 100 kilómetros, si repiten la zona de parada.
Sí, a ver, en principio son aparatitos muy pequeños. Estamos hablando de 0,3 gramos o así. O sea, son aparatitos. El problema de los geolocalizadores es la batería. Para que dure, son aparatos muy pequeños y la mayor parte del peso es batería. Entonces, para que lleve muy poco el peso, para eso, tiene que cargarlo un pájaro de 10 gramos y no tiene que ser un problema para él. Entonces, la batería que llevan es pequeñísima, no dura más de, o sea, no llega a durar casi el año justito. Entonces, no tenemos, a no ser que se recuperara el mismo individuo, se le proveyera de otro geolocalizador, no tenemos información de si repiten o no las rutas, ¿no? Lo que sí que se ve es que la ruta de otoño no es la misma que en primavera, o sea, la primavera parece que sucede un poquito más al este, pero bueno, es verdad, por ejemplo, que en primavera en muchos de los lugares de parada son en los humedales de la costa atlántica, o sea que luego es verdad que cuando llegan a Europa, así como en la migración de otoño, Portugal o el oeste de la península ibérica o el este de Francia son muy importantes, en la primaveral tiene mucha más importancia los humedales del Mediterráneo, tanto en la parte ibérica como en la parte sur de Europa.
Alex, thank you very much for the answer. Luckily, we have our Polish and Lithuanian colleagues in the room. So I see Žimantas want to add something quickly.
I just wanted to ask quickly, really thanks for really interesting presentation, and I'm really curious about this data coming from Egypt and how old is this data, and can you elaborate on that a little bit? Maybe it's kind of Russian aquatic wobblers, which we don't know.
Yeah, it's something that is discussed in the article of Safer, and most of the records in Egypt is from 1970s till the last one is in 1994. Okay, even in that article discuss about if it's a really true record or is a confusion of other species. But here they think that many of these records are true because there are several very good described things. So there are some records that for sure are aquatic warblers, and they suggest that perhaps the rest of an old eastern route. Yeah, but it's something that we cannot know in this moment. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Alex. I just would suggest that during the coffee break, you can also ask Žimantas and Jarek about geolocators, how they put it on the birds, how long they are on them, etc. And I think this presentation was also a very good demonstration of two things. One is that it takes a long time until we reveal the secrets of migratory birds and we understand the details of the ecology. At the same time, we are racing against time because these populations are declining. So it's extremely important, and in that sense, a series of life projects have played an important role of accumulating this knowledge and having this understanding. They also played an important role in developing a network. I mean, in our project, we are developing networks across a wider range of African countries, but it's my great pleasure to introduce Mohamed Amazian from GAPROM BirdLife Morocco, who is going to talk about the status, conservation, and migration of the aquatic warbler in Morocco. Mohamed is a biologist, a conservation biologist. He has been working in different functions as consultant and also works with GAPROM. He has carried out many ecological studies across Morocco, from seabirds to monitoring raptor migration. And he has been closely engaged with the aquatic warbler surveys, expeditions, and he has been dealing with illegal killing, other international initiatives. So, Mohamed, if you are ready for the presentation, I try to change the system. I just close this one. Yes? By phone. Oh, he's going to share his screen. Okay. Okay, I don't need to do anything. Fantastic. I like that. So, welcome, Mohamed. We are ready when you are ready.
Thank you. I just need to find where sharing.
So I don't have the Zoom.
Wait. Yes, I found it.
Yeah, great.
You see the presentation?
We see the presentation. Maybe if you can just click on the presentation mode, then yeah, we are good to go.
Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this meeting about aquatic warbler conservation and this life project. Sorry, I couldn't be with you in 2 days in the whole session. I would have liked to be, but I am in the field right now, so I am in the outer room with my telescope, my field work, even my field work hat. So in this presentation, instead of going to talk about migration of species from Morocco or other aspects which I know is well presented by others, especially Martin Flight yesterday. Even I didn't participate, and just now by Alejandro Onropia. I will focus instead of showing how conservation works in Morocco between realities and a few misconceptions. I will focus on the role of Moroccan NGOs and the researcher and how they partner with government in the conservation sector. I will focus also on finally how we can still be a good partner and an indispensable partner in this part of the world, and especially of the migratory route of species. So the importance of Morocco, as I just said, is detailed by Onrubia just a few moments ago. All observation in Morocco show that species is present in Morocco more in spring than in autumn. And this is the until recently we still didn't know a lot about species. Despite the renin studies, despite the earlier geolocator studies, these summaries, you are all familiar with these map summaries knowledge up until 2018. So it was still northwestern Morocco as important for fattening in Newton, which is not, we know now it is not the case. There is still, we thought about species doing loop migration, so avoiding Morocco, which is, as we found out, it's not the case. It's still the case in some individuals, but not the whole population. The new research, especially the study by just recently, still I think in preprint. So the role of Morocco is clearly evident, especially in spring, for both the Lithuanian birds and Belarusian birds, where the birds were captured. The loop migration, as I just said, is not so as we thought before. So some birds still doing a little bit of loop migration through Algeria, Tunisia, but many birds still cross Morocco in spring. So how area-based conservation in Morocco works? This is really important because there is a gap between realities and practice. There is some also misconception, even among Moroccans, not just foreigners. So just after the Rio de Janeiro Convention, Biodiversity Convention, Morocco identified what is called site of biological and ecological interest. The role of this is to identify the main Moroccan ecosystems important for all kinds of species, not just birds. There are protected areas which are national parks, biological reserve, and hunting reserve, where is hunting is prohibited. All national parks, we have 10, 7 are created after this master plan for protected area. Only 3 created before that. We have Ramsar site, which is all, you are all familiar with the Ramsar site, recognizing the global importance for this site for water birds. Earlier in water bird, now we have also sites, Ramsar site important for freshwater biodiversity site. We have other designation like important bird area, key biodiversity area, etc. But what about the legal protection and conservation in practice, not just in paper? So legal protection is only for national parks, biological reserve, and hunting reserve vis-à-vis the hunting. The site of biological and ecological and interest have no legal protection. But, and this is a big but, these just fact they are designated as this biological, ecological, and biological site of interest helps a lot in safeguarding these sites. Because imagine you are in a local committee and you represent the Water and Forest Administration, and you have all committee of impact studies. So you have to validate this. You have these sites, and especially Ramsar sites, although it lacks legal protection, but just these Ramsar sites, it gives even much better protection than the site alone. Although in practice, on nearly all Ramsar sites are also safe. This is very, very important, because if we have a project and we have local bodies that gives the green light or red light to projects, and you are working with government, which is water and forest in this case, and we have all kind of other administration. They want this project, administration, ministries, and the project owners, so the businessmen. So these Ramsar site and this shape gave a lot of it, a lot of it, and they have many examples, which I don't have time to list here. But why do many Ramsar sites suffer from dysfunction? As we have seen in our just last year when we did the aquatic warbler Morocco mission. Why? Because the Ramsar designation, it helps with large-scale destruction of the site. It blocks projects known for their high impact, negative impact on nature, etc. But it does not help a lot in small-scale activities that occur inside the site. But their impact is cumulative, as we know. It does not help in threat occurring at the periphery of the sites, like land encroachment, like vegetation burning, illegal dumping of solid waste. In some, this is not, this is a general picture. There are sites where these activities, for example, occur, but in other areas are not. It doesn't apply to all sites. This designation, it doesn't protect sites from external threats like dam construction miles and miles away, excessive water extraction even inside the region, so a few kilometers away from the site, but affects the wetland, of course. Agricultural runoff like pesticide, fertilizer. We have a big problem with eutrophisation in some wetland because of this. So how now we saw how site-based conservation works in practice and realities and misconceptions. Now we will move to the how Moroccan NGOs and researchers contribute and how they work with government and how this all happens. So the government role, I'm talking about Morocco, is mainly is facilitation. It facilitates through first and foremost by political willingness to designate a site as a Ramsar site or as a protection site, or to implement, to enact laws. They enacted the law, and then they started to implement, to revise. Before we have just national park. Now they have 5 categories: national park, which is all known, natural park, all the way until biological site, etc., etc. 5 categories. The NGOs and researchers, they are who actually do field work, data collection, data compilation from other researchers, site identification process. All the whole process is done by researchers and the NGOs, and lobbying. Yes, I put it here because we will see later that 2 examples of lobbying for the protection of wetland. So it's not like a top-down government decision. They decide to do this, to do that. Yes, political willingness and enacting law is very important, because without this is there is nothing. So to speak. In this map, the Moroccan important bird area updated this year. So the green one are already identified 25 years ago, and the blue ones identified in this study, a couple of years of work. These are Ramsar sites, as you can see. When Morocco signed and ratified the Ramsar Convention, they they designated four sites, and they waited until 2005 to designate 20 sites, then into this is 2019, and 12 in 2018, 2 and 2019, 12. And next year there will be more sites to be designated. Is another misconception among Moroccan and others. Is the government responsive to outside input? Yes, absolutely yes. Example, Turnix sylvaticus was not protected because it's a less concern at the global level, and as soon as species rediscovered, it was included in protection in protected species list. Jbel Moussa wind farm opposition, the government, which is water and forest in this case, sought our help to oppose a wind farm that wants to do a wind farm in the right Jbel Moussa, which is very important for raptor migration. El Wolfa urban wetland and Dar Muazza wetland, also these are both located. This is located inside Casablanca. This is located at the periphery of these two examples of very successful campaign to stop destruction and to give some protection of the and they are not said, they are not Ramsar site, they are nothing, just mobilization of interested people, among them the most important ornithological organization like GRIPOM, GUMAC, and other local organizations from Casablanca. So I'm near finishing my talk. So why these last two were done by voluntary work, 100% voluntary work. So it's still voluntary still works, as these examples show. But as you know, conservation, it takes time, it takes money also. All these scientific workshop or require funding workshop to explain to whatever level of authority you want to explain, the national level, regional level, and also structured NGOs with staff, with paid staff. They need money to do more impactful and long-term work. So this map. So what can role we still play in this project? We learned at school in the university that to conserve you all know, because this is a specialist single species specialist meeting. You all know the migration of this species and other species, and we learned at school and the university that to conserve the migratory species we need to conserve breeding area, stopover area, and wintering area. So I see here a gap in Morocco, North Africa, and this is a question for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for the great presentation. I think we have time for one question. If anybody interested. Okay, maybe then I would raise a question that if you would need to work on one area, for the conservation of one area for the aquatic warbler, which sites would you choose?
Yes, I choose lower locus marshes because, as I said in the meeting about this meeting about the aquatic warbler meeting in December 20, I think 2022. As I said, this site is also important for other red-beaked birds. They are at the edge of their global distribution. Savis warbler and mustached warbler. Another species, we don't know. I went there with Alejandro Onrubia just last month. We paid a visit, a quick visit to the site. The Eastern Mediterranean reed bunting. We don't know if it's still there or not. And the great red warbler, and of course great bittern. These five species only breeds in Morocco at this site. We have Mluia estuary, but is already much degraded than but we have also other sites. Just yesterday, I went to. I am now in visited often for wintering in Watgird, but I found a perfect site for is a small site, but is a perfect site for the aquatic warbler. But is not visited in outside of the winter camp in the winter.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for your answer. I think in the projects we have some
Thank
opportunities for
you.
For supporting site conservation activities, not just in the EU countries, not just in Senegal, which are part of the, which are co-beneficiaries, but also we have some small facilities to support site conservation actions in other countries, and we would need to follow up on these. And I think one of the kind of most exciting thing for me during these days was some initial discussions about how we can have a kind of African expansion of these projects from other resources. So yeah, maybe in a short time you will have some better news from us. I hope that you can stay with us for listening to the rest of the rally. We are going to look at conservation activities in other countries along the flyway after the coffee break. Unfortunately, we are a little bit behind schedule, so we need to catch up. I suggest that we break for only 10 minutes, a very quick coffee, and we come back at 11:30. I'm sorry, that's the instructions I got.
Just one.
Thank you.
1 minute. Thank you. I have to leave.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, maybe we can continue our journey to, through Spain, Portugal, France to Belgium. So we are going to have these 4 presentations before, the kind of closing remarks. So I would like to start first introducing David Migueles, who holds a PhD in biology from the University of León. And he has a long history working on aquatic warbler. He has many publications related to the species and various aspects of wetlands and river limnology, related to birds, fish, aquatic invertebrates. And he works for Fundación Global Natura. And this has facilitated his accumulation of knowledge and experience. Share it with us.
Sí. Bueno, buenos días a todos. No voy a hablar de peces, que lo ha mencionado Savox. Vamos a hablar he actualizado un poco la situación de los datos que tenemos de carricerín cejudo en España, ¿no? Así que vamos a ello. Prácticamente desde el año 1999, la Fundación Global Nature trabaja con el carricerín cejudo, ¿no? Aunque ya tenemos casi 35 años de experiencia porque nació en 1993. Dentro de la Fundación Global Nature tenemos un equipo aproximadamente de 15 personas que trabajamos en el área de humedales, ¿no? Y casi todos pues trabajamos en el proyecto awom, ¿no? Donde somos responsables del Work Packet de restauración y manejo, aunque participamos activamente en el resto de acciones. Los antecedentes que tenemos en España y en la Fundación Global Nature respecto a grandes proyectos, ¿no? Grandes proyectos LIFE o similares, pues es amplia. En el año 2002 se inició el LIFE Carricerín, que se desarrolló exclusivamente en la Laguna de la Nava, permitió grandes acciones de restauración de hábitats y la puesta en marcha de protocolos de seguimiento y el seguimiento de campañas largas y que han dado mucha información sobre la especie en España y que han permitido que se iniciaran en programas de seguimiento en otros lugares. Le siguió años más tarde, en el año 2008, el LIFE Canal de Castilla, donde la especie no era la especie objetivo, pero se tuvo en cuenta a la hora de estudiar el paso migratorio de la especie en 34 pequeños humedales cercanos a la humedal de la Nava, en lo que llamamos un corredor ecológico que se llama el Canal de Castilla. Le siguió otro LIFE específico que comenzó en el año 2018, el LIFE paludícola. Ahí trasladamos toda la experiencia que habíamos cogido en los otros proyectos para desarrollar también acciones de gestión, no solo en los humedales de Palencia, de la meseta norte, sino también en los humedales del interior ibérico de la meseta sur, en la Mancha húmeda y también en los marjales costeros mediterráneos de la Comunidad Valenciana. A este proyecto le siguieron otros 2 proyectos muy importantes, el Wetland for Climate, que ha hablado anteriormente Vanessa, ¿no? Relacionado con la mitigación de carbono en los humedales, gracias a la capacidad de fijar carbono que tienen, y el Naturaleza Pastoreada, también de financiación europea, en donde el pastoreo extensivo, ¿no? es utilizado, porque es un proyecto todavía en marcha, para poner en valor los valores medioambientales que se consigue gracias a una buena gestión de un mejor pastoreo en los humedales y en su entorno. Y gracias a toda esta experiencia y las aportaciones y el trabajo en conjunto con el resto de socios del proyecto, pues ha nacido el LIFE awom, en el que ahora estamos en ello. Respecto a la situación histórica del carricerín cejudo en España, pues los primeros datos que tenemos son del siglo XIX, pero son citas muy difusas, sin concretar. Incluso se mencionaban que era un reproductor en España, cosa que no es posible. Y no es hasta el 1903, en la Albufera, cuando se caza un ave y constituye el primer registro de la especie en España. Durante las primeras décadas del siglo XX, la especie siempre ha sido muy escasa y muy desconocida, ¿no? Incluso de los años 80, 90, la especie no tenía más de 10, 15 registros de manera anual y eran observaciones aisladas o capturas ocasionales en diferentes campañas de anillamiento, principalmente en seguimientos de aves reproductoras o algunos estudios de migración. Y no es hasta el punto de inflexión, es el año 1999, cuando de manera accidental, después de la inundación de unos terrenos que por una avería hídrica en la laguna de la Nava, se descubren unas aves que fueron caricierines cejudos, se pusieron unas redes, se capturaron y a partir del año siguiente pues, se comenzaron los trabajos de seguimiento, gracias a los trabajos sobre todo que inició Fernando Jubete en la Nava, y eso se expandió. Hubo un colectivo de anilladores que fue a anillar a la laguna de la Nava y se iniciaron seguimientos, primero en el País Vasco, en Asturias, en otras regiones de España, que ha permitido que el conocimiento pues, se ha disparado en las últimas décadas, en las 2 últimas décadas. A día de hoy tenemos presencia constatada de cariciernín cejudo en 225 humedales en España, ¿no? Y ese crecimiento ha sido regular, ese conocimiento de humedales que vamos conociendo presencia de la especie, pues ha sido regular en las 3 últimas décadas. Todo ello ha permitido, ¿no? Pues que la documentación científica, los informes técnicos, ¿no? en este periodo pues se haya incrementado ostensiblemente, sobre todo con los trabajos que inició Fernando Jubete, y luego Atienza, Juan Carlos Atienza, y luego pues con todos estos seguimientos, esta información de los anilladores en numerosas estaciones de trabajo de la especie. De tal manera que ahora sabemos perfectamente que España, ¿no? es una parte importante de la migración del cariciernín cejudo, constituye la zona intermedia, 3.000 kilómetros a las zonas de cría, 3.000 kilómetros a las zonas de invernada, ¿no? Y muy importante, como ya hemos dicho, sobre todo en la migración postnupcial, para cruzar los mares Mediterráneo o Atlántico y el desierto del Sáhara. Aquí vemos el número de registros de la especie por comunidades autónomas, ¿no? En la fila inferior vemos el total. Tenemos más de 2.600 registros mediante capturas para anillamiento, casi 900 registros de aves observadas, ¿no? Visualizadas, y también 11 registros de aves muertas, ¿no? Constituye el mayor porcentaje de las aves capturadas para anillamiento, prácticamente 3/4 partes de todas. El 25% son registros visuales y un pequeño porcentaje como os digo, de aves encontradas muertas, que casi todas corresponden a aves encontradas en despensas de nidos de halcón de Leonor en las Islas Canarias. ¿Vale? También está el ave cazada, que os comentaba al principio, en la bufera, que constituyó el primer registro en España, y también hay un registro de un ave electrocutada en Navarra. Perdón. Estos datos no incluyen las 400 más o menos recapturas y revisualizaciones que hay de registros de cariciernín cejudo y tampoco incluyen los datos de geolocalizadores. Aquí vemos el mapa de distribución de la especie. Está ampliamente, ¿no? Más o menos muy bien representado casi todo el territorio nacional, excepto vacíos en algunas zonas de la mitad sur. Las principales zonas de paso migratorio constituyen la zona de Galicia y el norte la zona cantábrica, ¿no? Todo el eje mediterráneo, ¿no? En el este, y luego en el interior 3 grandes zonas: la meseta norte, la cuenca del Duero, el valle del Ebro y la meseta sur, representada por la Mancha húmeda, y también bastantes citas en el sur de España, en el sur de Andalucía, en la costa. Y sin olvidarnos que también tenemos citas en los 2 archipiélagos, en Canarias y en Baleares. Bueno, los humedales más importantes, al menos en registros, ¿no? Lo constituye la Nava, con más de 1.000 ejemplares registrados. Y luego hay un abanico de humedales entre 100 y 200 citas registradas en el Miño, ¿no? en Galicia, ya en la costa atlántica, en la zona cantábrica, en Villaviciosa, en Asturias, en Chingudi, en Guipúzcoa, ¿no? 2 zonas en Soria y en Zaragoza, ¿no? en el centro, cerca del Valle del Ebro, y también en los aiguamors del Ampordà, en Cataluña. Ahora mismo estamos a punto de conseguir el anillamiento número 1000, ¿no? en la Nava, y esperemos que con el nuevo LIFE pues, consigamos esos 8 para llegar a los 1000 y que los sobrepasemos en mucha cantidad. El paso prenupcial, bueno, ya hemos comentado, pero aquí lo vemos en concreto en España, ¿no? Está centrado en los humedales de la costa mediterránea, ¿no? Y los humedales, a medida que nos vamos hacia el occidente ibérico, ¿no? Pues el número de citas disminuye drásticamente. También hay un tímido paso, como os digo, en la parte oriental de las Islas Canarias y algún registro aislado en las Islas Baleares. Respecto al paso posnupcial, pues sí que está más extendido, ¿no? Pero se sucede principalmente, ¿no? por la mitad occidental, por el centro, ¿no? y en menor medida por los archipiélagos y la costa mediterránea. O al menos esto es lo que muestran los registros que disponemos. También hay 4 citas en periodo invernal, pero bueno, se supone que son de los primeros años en que empezó a darse a conocer la especie, a principios del siglo XXI, y pueden ser errores de identificación o también, bueno, pues algún ave que haya podido quedarse y porque no haya podido completar la migración hacia los cuarteles de invernada. La fenología en España está muy bien conocida también, ¿no? Unas poquitas citas ya en el mes de febrero, ¿no? Esas llegadas se van incrementando a medida que transcurre el mes de marzo, y en abril pues es el momento que pasa por tierras españolas, justo en el centro del mes de abril, ¿no? Y luego pues ya prácticamente desaparece hasta mediados de julio, que tenemos las primeras citas, ¿no? Y luego pues se dispara el paso sobre todo a mediados de agosto y la segunda quincena de este mes de agosto, ¿no? En septiembre empieza a disminuir y ya unas citas residuales a partir de octubre y de noviembre. Por clases de edad, pues también tenemos un buen conocimiento de cómo es el paso, ¿no? Sobre todo en la Nava, que es donde más registros tenemos de anillamiento, ¿no? Con ese paso primero de adultos, sobre todo concentrado en la primera quincena de agosto, y de juveniles en la segunda quincena. También hemos acumulado mucha información gracias a los datos de recapturas de aves ya anilladas previamente, ¿no? O que recuperan fuera de España anilladas por nosotros. Más de 100, ¿no? Que también aportan información a cómo son las rutas migratorias. Casi todos los registros pertenecen a recapturas de las zonas de paso migratorio en Bélgica, Francia y Países Bajos, pero bueno, también hay unas cuantas registros de las zonas de cría en Centro Europa. También algún registro de una ave anillada encontrada en los nidos de halcón de Leonora, en Canarias, y 2 registros en Senegal, en la zona de invernada. También estos datos de recapturas de manera interanual, ¿no? Nos ha permitido conocer un poquito la fidelidad interanual que tienen a los humedales. Se han registrado estos registros en 6 humedales, donde se hacen seguimientos de manera continua. Y bueno, pues esta la tasa de retorno, ¿no? Que repite el ave al año siguiente o años posteriores, pues está en torno al 2 o 3%. Aunque esta información no la he podido actualizar y se ha incrementado el número de recapturas interanuales en los últimos años. También tenemos datos en la laguna de la Nava sobre el porcentaje de juveniles, ¿no? que históricamente han pasado en las campañas de migración, situado entre el 50 y el 60%, los años que han sido aparentemente normales, ¿no? Y con algunas desviaciones, y también de los índices de abundancia relativa de presencia de la especie, ¿no? Comparado con otros Acrocephalus, como puede ser el índice de Acrola, ¿no? Que está entre el 4 y el 8% también los años normales. El año 23 y 24 en la laguna de la Nava no hemos tenido registros porque ha habido un problema con la inundación de la laguna, ¿no? Y a pesar de que hemos hecho un esfuerzo grande en seguir anillando, pues no ha habido capturas, y esperemos que este año se solucione ese problema para poder seguir trabajando y haciendo los marcajes que son necesarios para completar el Work Package 5 de trabajo del Life awom. El nivel de protección de la especie, pues ya lo hemos hablado ayer, ¿no? Es vulnerable a nivel europeo en la IUCN, ¿no? Está en peligro en el libro rojo de España, tiene un memorándum, está en el anexo 1 de la directiva Aves, ¿no? Hay un plan de acción, pero todo ello no ha permitido, ¿no? Que esté catalogado ni en la normativa estatal ni en las comunidades autónomas, ¿no? Que solo aparece como está protegido pero o listado, pero no permite elaborar planes de conservación o de mejora del hábitat y de las poblaciones del carrizal cejudo, que sería pues, la mejor herramienta, como vimos ayer, para poder mejorar la financiación y los planes de gestión de la especie. Respecto a los hábitats y la protección, de las figuras de protección donde la especie está presente, pues un poquito, si os fijáis en la fila de abajo, ¿no? Que representa el porcentaje de humedales donde está la especie presente, como sitio Ramsar, solo el 17% están representados en zona Ramsar, pero sí en torno a la mitad, ¿no? El 50% de las citas pues, aparecen en zonas Red Natura 2000, ¿no? Sea CEPA o sea CEC. La representación en figuras de conservación nacional, como puede ser el Parque Nacionales o Inventario Español de Zonas Húmedas, es más pequeño, ¿no? Y también en la red de espacios naturales de las comunidades autónomas, pues, el porcentaje pues, es en torno al 30-40%. Pero bueno, lo importante es la columna de la derecha, donde vemos que la sumatoria de todas estas figuras, pues el 70% de los humedales donde aparece la especie pues, tiene alguna figura de protección, ¿no? Lo que ayuda pues, a mejorar su conservación. De los aproximadamente 120, 130 espacios de la red Natura donde la especie ha sido citada, 28 sí que mencionan, ¿no? expresamente al carcinin cejudo como una especie presente en ese espacio, ¿no? y tenido en cuenta su gestión y planes de conservación. En Castilla y León incluso el carcinin cejudo es considerado una especie clave, ¿no? en toda la red Natura, ¿no? y aparecen dos de los espacios red Natura, ¿no? Y con el Life awom pues vamos a tratar de incrementar este porcentaje, ¿no? de espacios que estamos trabajando en ello. Y esta es la última diapositiva, que mis compañeros se están poniendo nerviosos. En donde esta es un mapa que elaboramos para el borrador de la estrategia del carcinin cejudo que presentamos con la solicitud para que fuera vulnerable durante la paludícola, en donde listamos áreas críticas, áreas sensibles, ¿no? que serían pues, al menos incluir estos humedales en esos planes de gestión y conservación de esos espacios porque consideramos que estos espacios son los más críticos para salvaguardar y conservar al carcinin cejudo. Y todo ello pues, que los aspectos de los humedales, como donde yo trabajo, en Tierra de Campos, en Palencia, ¿no? con la Laguna de la Nava, la Laguna de Boada y Laguna de Pedreza, pues puedan tener este aspecto tan espectacular y sigan acogiendo vida, cejudos y el resto de la biodiversidad y hábitats de nuestro país. Y eso es todo.
Thank you very much, David. This was a very interesting presentation, and it's also demonstrated that, how the perspective can change over time when you get more and more knowledge, how many sites are important in this country beyond the ones where it's already recognized. I just do wonder whether the audience has any questions to you. Yes.
Thank you. It's very interesting. Puedo hablar un poco de...
Como quieras.
Has referido una ave que ha sido electrocutada. ¿Lo sabéis? ¿Cómo? Porque es un pajarito tan pequeño. La otra cuestión es ¿cuáles son las características de los arrozales en Zaragoza? Lo pienso. ¿Dónde has atrapado?
Bueno, yo he registrado la información, ¿no? El dato de Navarra está así registrado, el dato del ave electrocutada por compañeros que lo han recogido en Navarra y entiendo que lo contrastarían para saber que era una ave electrocutada y así aparece en la biografía, ¿vale? Y respecto a el tema del paso en los arrozales, el cejudo utiliza tanto en Extremadura como en Zaragoza como en Doñana, ¿no? En Málaga ha habido registros de aves capturados y visualizados en arrozales tanto en activo, ¿no? con vegetación, ¿no? con el desarrollo del cultivo, pero también en arrozales abandonados recientemente, ¿no? que se están naturalizando, ¿no? pero que se mantienen inundados. Esos son los más interesantes, yo creo, los que han sido abandonados recientemente. Pero es una laguna de conocimiento que aún tenemos, también ha salido, Alejandro lo comentó y ha salido en algún otro momento de la charla, y sería una vía de estudio importante para saber cuál es el papel que juegan, ¿no? los cultivos de arroz en la migración del caricero cejudo, sobre todo en España, donde hay cultivos de este tipo.
Thank you very much, David. Yeah, I think because of the time we need to move on, although I'm sure we would have a couple of more questions, but maybe I would like to invite Julieta Costa from SPEA, BirdLife Portugal. Portugal is a country which is also, the importance of Portugal for the species just has been discovered recently thanks to the geolocator studies and so on. So we are very happy that SPEA has taken up the role and working on it. So Julieta is the coordinator of the terrestrial conservation at SPEA. She has a degree in biology from Lisbon and an MSc in science of the coastal areas from the University of Aveiro, which is also a project partner from Portugal. So, Julieta covers a wide range of issues from power lines, bird killing, and aquatic warbler. So the floor is yours. And I switch on to the setting up your presentation. Yeah, and Julieta. Forward, yes. This is a PDF. Maybe it's so the PowerPoint.
Let me help you.
Okay. Please. Maybe you know better where your filing system.
And then you only have to click down.
Okay.
What I did? Sorry. My mistake. There is another one. That is so easy. Stay full screen. That's it?
Yeah.
And that still works.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, good morning. So I'm going to present the situation in Portugal. I did the presentation bilingual, so don't blame the translators. You can see the Spanish is more like Portugal. And this is the name of the bird in Portuguese, not Spanish. Sorry. Okay, go on. You can see, you know, that Portugal is in the middle of the migration route. Sorry. Yeah. So Portugal, it's a staging area for the aquatic warbler. Even though it's a species that is rarely seen in Portugal, seen or detected. And so until 2019, it was considered as a rarity. I mean, it had to be checked by the Portuguese Committee for Rarities. But even nowadays, data available is still scarce and quite insufficient. This is the picture of the aquatic warbler in 2010, but I'm going forward because we've got more updated results today. This is the conservation status in Portugal. So you can see it is endangered, even though it was classified, even though it's just a species that passes by. And it kept its category since the last classification, which was in 2005. This means that this category, that there are estimates of between 50 and 250 mature individuals, actually more to the more 50 than 200. The last more updated results indicate new sites for the species. Now it exists in all those sites. In red are the sites where it was newly captured or sighted. I'd like to highlight is 2 sites in Portugal, one in the north coast, Aveiro, and one in the southern coast, Sant André Lagoon, where there have been more records than in any of the others. And we think this is probably because there's more directed survey, more so ringing for the species, and we think that's why we could have more data from this. All other sites, they just have got 1 or 2 records, either captures or sightings. This was the migration at the southern site, Sant André Lagoon. It starts in, you can see the aquatic warbler is passing by from early August until September. But this is from a publication from last year, from Neto and Silva. You can see the data set from more than 40 years, and or more, even more, sorry. And it looks like the numbers have increased, but in fact it's more directed surveys and perhaps more awareness of the observers for the species. Here also from the same publication you can see that adult males arrive first and pass by first than adult females. And tend a trend to pass sooner than immature. Even in immature, in the first year birds, males tend to pass by earlier than females. So the final highlights is that when for ringing sessions, you can capture more birds with song playback. Also, especially in Rio de Aveiro, there has the most records have occurred in rice fields and in those in active rice fields. I mean, they have 3 times more birds captures than in the abandoned rice fields, but this may be because of the abandoned rice fields don't have water, they don't have water level management, while the active still do. These rice fields also have natural margins with those species, and in fact the threat is that these rice fields are getting abandoned slowly. So the culture of rice is like giving place to the other agriculture crops. It also shows that the aquatic warblers are fattening up all the way during the autumn migration. And this is especially important since they are before a big barrier that is crossing the sea to the Africa. Also, it has been found out that the migration or staging period can extend beyond September. It's just that we found 1 bird in October, and I mean, the fact is that we need a more intensive survey. And in fact, we hope to start it this year, right this year. And thank you. In Spanish.
Thank you very much, Julieta, for a very nice presentation. Do we have any questions? Yes. Jarek.
Really okay? Yes, really okay. Thank you, Julieta, for this presentation. In fact, I want to return to the presentation of David. You know, just from our side, it's the presentation of the different countries is, of course, okay, but it will look, if it will be better, the whole Iberian Peninsula presented. Why, for example, on your slide with the migration, post-nuptial migration, your arrows will be more vertical, showing the importance of the Atlantic coast. You know, because normally you have your arrows parallel, and in the real sense, there is a very important migration along the Atlantic coast through the Portugal, so starting from Minho through Aveiro Delta and then down to the south. So I think, of course, it's just my feelings that the complete maps should be just of whole the peninsula of Iberia. It's not just single countries, but of course, I understand from technical reasons it's better to share it in this way. Thank you.
Perdón. Que el proyecto puede ser el comienzo para poder compartir todos estos datos. De hecho, ya nuestros compañeros del ICO están en ello. Y durante el Live Paludícola yo hice la solicitud al gobierno portugués para poder trabajar en los datos en conjunto, pero no hubo respuesta. Y por eso yo nunca he podido hacer un balance de la situación en el conjunto de la península ibérica. Pero bueno, ahora la situación, ¿no?, de estar unidos en los mismos proyectos, en el mismo proyecto, pues cambiará. Y lo de las flechas, pues simplemente era una manera de representarlo, pero sí, puedo ponerlas más verticales.
No, I've got nothing else to add. You see that we are divided between countries, but the aquatic world not.
Thank you very much. I think we need to continue our journey to France, following the return migration of the aquatic wobbler. So I invited Christine Blaise from Bretagne Vivant, or one of our French co-beneficiaries. Christine is an ecologist with over 20 years of experience in species conservation, ecological research. Since 2013, she has been coordinating the French National Action Plan for the aquatic wobbler at her organization. And she oversees conservation strategies, stakeholder engagement, technical communications at national and international level. I have learned an awful lot from her during the development of the proposal. So she also supports regional implementation of conservation efforts for freshwater pearl mussel and she's actively involved in volunteer conservation initiatives across France, including ringing and many other things. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for Global Nature for the invitation. Today I will present the awareness of the use of the French territory for the migration of the aquatic warbler. In 2010, this awareness conducted the French government to sign the Memorandum of Understanding concerning measures for conservation for aquatic warbler and to have a species action plan. Yes. Okay, so today aquatic warbler is present in France only on migration, about 10 days in a place. The latest information we have about breeding in France date from 1960s in a marsh east of Paris. It was the sighting of only one couple, so always at this date it was an anecdotal information or sighting. So because of its rarity and discretion, the main information about aquatic warbler during migration in France is largely based on scientific activity using ringing protocol. And in France, the ringing activity is organized by the Museum of Paris under a specific unit named CRBPO. So for the museum, all ringers are volunteers, and the museum has the ability to capture and handle protected birds, and then they train a minimum of about 2 or 3 years, and after the people receive a permit to capture protected bird, to handle it, and to have the whole capacity to develop scientific protocol using ringing on the birds. Between 1980s and 2000, there are few information about aquatic warbler in France. This figure is the number of sites, not a lot of them. And if we show the number of data, quite all the data came from Brittany. Between 2000 and 2010, there were several events brought out and changing the knowledge about the aquatic warbler in France. First, the increase of studies in general about reed-bed passerine migratory with the ringing networks and museum. A focus on aquatic warbler, first nearby Brittany region, like in Seine Estuary, and then people speaking together, and the whole country are looking for the aquatic warbler. And quite at the same time, especially in Brittany, we developed a project about named Aquatic Warbler Conservation, and it was the first experimentation about restoration habitat. And it was between 24 and 28, and in 28, Museum of Paris developed a specific protocol for the ringing study of the migratory of the aquatic warbler named ACROLA protocol for Acrocephalus paludicola. And you can show you can see on the figure the red line. It is the beginning of the ACROLA protocol, and then more and more sites have information about aquatic warbler, and we have so more and more data. What it is interesting is because more and more people are looking around them to look if there are some aquatic warbler on their local place. We found a new, very important stopover, like in Lake Estuary, Baie de l'Aiguillon, Gironde Estuary. And with this amount of data, in 2011, we have the first national analysis with this data that demonstrates that almost the whole young population migrates in France during autumn migration. So now it's quite the same information, but on the map, you see between 1980s, we have very little point and very little information. In green marks, it's in autumn migration, and in orange one, spring migration. Before 210, we have increase of the knowledge, but especially along Channel and Atlantic coast, and in particular for autumn migration. And then it is the present knowledge. Each point is a site with an information about a capture or sighting of aquatic warbler, at least from 2000. We consider that before 2000 is historical stopover, not current stopover. For some sites, we have information each year, and sometimes it's only information for 1 or 2 years. It depends on the sites. And the range of the extreme date, it's from 8 July to 16 October, but the main period is about August. During this period, we didn't have only information on geographical data, sorry, but with the ringing station, some people develop other study about habitat selection with telemetry and about diet analysis. And the very interesting information we have at this time that before 2010, we usually look for aquatic warbler in reed bell with tall Phragmite australis, like we are usual to do that with reed sedge and reed warbler, sorry. And with the increase of the knowledge and the results of the telemetry studies, we saw that the best habitat for the aquatic warblers is a mosaic of reed with tall reed with Phragmite australis and lower reed with like Sirpe. So now for us, it's other picture of stopover, important stopover in France. And now for us, the important point on stopover is to have an alternating of tall vegetation. So the point important is the structure, not really the spaces, botanical spaces. And it's important to have tall vegetation for the refuge and lower vegetation with water or very dry, very wet condition where the birds could find their prey. So now, with the current knowledge in our new species action plan, so for the present and for the future, in the autumn migration, we could determine 7 main places for the autumn migration. From the north, so it's Guine, then Seine Estuary, Baie du Mont-Saint-Michel, Baie d'Audierne, Loire Estuary, Baie de l'Aiguillon, and Gironde Estuary. For in this species action plan, the most important work we have to do is to have some good stopover where the bird could fatten to continue their travel to winter areas. And for us, the mean for good stopover for us is an habitat with a lot of food and a good management of the vegetation and a protected area. So it is the main point of our species action plan, is the first step. Then the second step in the species action plan is to link our work on the territory, French territory, with the international action plan and with the other group working about aquatic warbler, like aquatic warbler conservation team, and now with the Life awom. And the third step is the awareness. So it is important to have a good communication, a technical communication, to see all the results to the people who manage the protected area on our territory. And a very important action in this third step for us is the link with other biodiversity policies to the continue of the protected of the stopover in France. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention, and many thanks for the aquatic warbler conservation.
Thank you very much, Christine. Questions time. Anybody has any questions?
Any.
So maybe then I have, I was always impressed by how you organize yourself in France with these long-term continued efforts at the national scale for a migratory species. So what do you think is the secret, what maybe other countries who have also a lot of sites could learn from the French example?
Very motivated people. I don't really know, but I think you quite have the same in the other country, because when I see the work of Fondation Global Nature, I think they are really the same possibility as us. And perhaps it depends on the networks. And yes, in our association, Bretagne Vivante, we work a lot in Brittany, but my next colleague, for him, it was very important to have some discussion with the international group. And you see, with Aquatic Warbler, we work with an international group with pearl mussel. I work with another international group too, and it's very enthusiastic and it helps. The point is that it helps the territory action. When you see what's happened in the other, then you come back on your country and say, oh yes, I have good idea because I have seen what's happened outside. So perhaps I think if people try, they find that it is a very good help, and then they continue, and what we have done.
Yeah, maybe I didn't pose my question correctly. I was particularly interested because you are one of the few countries which has a national action plan, national working group. To what extent that actually helps facilitating this process?
I don't really know. I only saw some old letter, and people take their bâton pèlerin, I don't know how to say, and go to the ministry and ask, and what at the moment people say, yes, it's a good idea, and that continue. I know recette. I don't know.
Right. Thank you very much, Christine. Just like everything, you have to be persistent in conservation,
yeah.
Right? Yeah, okay, good. Thanks a lot. Yeah, we continue our journey further on the return migration, so I'm happy to invite Stefan Verswijveld from Natuurpunt. Natuurpunt is a member of Wetlands International in Belgium. Stefan has a master's degree in biology from the University of Antwerp, and sorry for moving a couple of 100 kilometers north, and he has also an advanced master's degree in management, and he has been working for Natuurpunt since he graduated in '97. He had made a successive career, and now he's the head of the management, the nature management department and the conservation and international relations officer, and he has been on the board of BirdLife International Europe. He has been the president of Eurosite, so he has a very distinguished international career. He has been developing many life projects and carried out with Natuurpunt and with his team on ecosystem restoration, wetlands, peatlands. So, Stefan, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you.
I have to get your presentation.
Yeah.
Maybe connect.
Yes. Which one? This one?
I think that one.
Okay. So, hello everyone. I will give you a brief overview of the conservation status of the aquatic warbler in Belgium, and I have to say in Flanders. I will comes a bit later, why it is Flanders and not really Belgium. You know, we are a strange country, Belgium. Although, yeah, nature knows no borders, but in Belgium, unfortunately, it is. But anyway. The first thing to start with, one of the first action plans, species action plans we ever developed in Flanders was for the aquatic warbler. Can you imagine? This tiny, to completely unknown species for most of all the people in Flanders. They wrote a species action plan in 2007. That's wonderful. There have never been a species action plan in Wallonia, unfortunately. But there was a species action plan in Flanders, and that was it. So it was. It set some details on management, how to deal with favorable habitats for migrating aquatic warblers, but it set no real detailed conservation measures for the species itself. So it means that it's almost 20 years ago that we had our species action plan, and yeah, it has never been really elaborated with or. It's still there, and it's still ongoing. But I think it will be one of the tasks of the Life awom project to see what we can do with this species action plan and how we can reactivate it and have it evaluated and hopefully also have a new updated species action plan by the end of Life awom. Now, the second step that we saw in Wallonia, there is no species action plan at all, and you will see in a while why. The second step we took in Flanders for all the species and habitats of the European directives, we set out regional conservation objectives. It means that they determined for each habitat and for each species in Flanders what the ideal or the necessary surface or area or number of populations should be to have a durable population, a durable area for that species, for that habitat in the long term to have a favorable conservation status. That was the regional conservation objective. The funny thing is that although we had the species action plan, there was no mention, there was no aquatic warbler at all in our regional conservation objectives. We had for every species some objectives, great bittern, the craigs, you name it, the amphibians, the mammals, the hamster, for instance, or the bats, but no aquatic warbler at all. Something strange happened between 2007 and 2012 when these conservation objectives were written. But anyway, these were translated into site-specific conservation objectives per area of special conservation in Flanders. And luckily, then the aquatic warbler showed up. And especially in the IJzer Valley, where our pilot site in the Blankaart is situated, and in the valley of the Schelde, the river Schelde, one of the main rivers, in fact, the main river in Flanders, coming from France and then going to the Netherlands. So in these two areas, there were the aquatic warblers mentioned. So to conclude that, as I said, we have this species action plan, we have the objectives, but anyway, there was no real species-specific measures set for the aquatic warbler, but there were indirect conservation measures taken into account for wetland and wetland improvement, habitat improvement, for the benefit, amongst others, for the aquatic warbler. Now, if you see, this is how the status is in Flanders. If you look at the distribution of the observations of aquatic warbler in Belgium, yeah, you see a real difference. Of course, this reflects a bit the efforts of the volunteers of the ringing groups between the two parts of Belgium, but mainly because there is a huge difference in habitats in landscape between the north and the south. South of Belgium, Wallonia, is mainly more than 60% is forested. So yeah, I don't have to tell you that it's not very suitable habitat for aquatic warbler. So it means that it's not that strange that there's no species action plan or conservation objectives for Wallonia, and there is for Flanders. There's another strange thing that this data comes from waarnemingen.be. That's observations. The Flemish and the Walloon counterpart of observations.org. You know all this. You know this database with all the observations. In Belgium, they are owned by Natuurpunt and Natagora. Natagora is our French-speaking sister organization. So it means that all the observations done in Belgium are put into this database, databank, waarnemingen.be. And at this moment, there are more than 80 million observations already in this databank, and they are managed by us. But for historical reasons, the ringing research is done by the Royal Society of the Royal Institute for Natural Science in Brussels, which is a federal institute, which means that there is, although nature conservation is a responsibility of Flanders and Wallonia, all the data are on a federal level, which means that all the ringing data, they have a huge database on ringing data, also on the aquatic warbler, but on many other bird species. It's still there, and it's not used for any conservation purpose. And that's something that we also hope to change with the Live awom. Because this is a funny thing, because Belgium is only responsible for marine conservation, and it are the regions who are responsible for the land and species conservation. So all this data is not used, and of course we are now in a new situation that our federal government is searching for a lot of money to fulfill our obligations towards the NATO. And one of the first things they are looking at is, of course, this Royal Institute of Natural Science and these ringing groups who are doing a lot of things, but from their point of view, it's completely worthless. So I hope that we are able to change that through our Live awom project. The way how they work, these ringing groups, is exactly the way how it is organized in France. So we do it right the same way with volunteers, coordinated by the Royal Institute of Natural Science. What have we done so far for the aquatic warbler in Flanders? I would like to share with you 4 programs or 4 processes. The first one is a very new one. It comes from Natuurpunt. It's called our wetland plan, and it's a plan we recently developed to initiate the restoration of 1,500 hectares of wetland in Flanders. You can say, 1,500 hectares, that's not much. But anyway, for a small country as Flanders, it's really huge that we will. And we aimed to initiate the restoration process by 2028. So during the course of the Live awom project, we will be initiating the restoration projects on 18 places for more than 1,500 hectares. And of course, if you remember the spots on the previous slide, you will see that it's not coincidentally, of course, it also there's a lot of overlap with these areas and the places where the aquatic warbler is seen or captured during its migration. So it's a blended, as was presented in one of the former the presentations earlier this morning. So it's a blended plan. So it means that we rely on public and private funding. So a lot of corporates are in for the purpose of water credits or their water credits are willing to provide us with finances, a lot of finances, millions of euros, to help us with this wetland restoration. It's a wetland plan. The second one is a Sigma plan. It's a plan carried out by the Flemish government, and it was elaborated after large floodings we had in the 70s of the last century. And it was first just to protect villages from flooding and to protect people from getting killed by floodings. Nowadays, it's a much broader program. It takes also into account nature development, nature restoration, and especially this area is one of the major areas for aquatic warbler. So we are now developing together with the Agency for Nature and Forest, the Flemish government, these areas in Flanders. And here you see these areas, the River Scheldt. And if you remember the map with the dots of the sightings of the captures of the aquatic warbler, it's exactly this area where this aquatic warbler will benefit from the restoration actions in the Sigma plan. The 4 most important ones are indicated over there, and in 3 of the 4 will be managed by Natuurpunt. So it means that it will be in good hands, to say so. Yeah, a lot of flood-controlled floodplains will be created. Some of them are already there or already finalized, but there is still a lot of work to do, and it will continue. You see also on the left side, you see the Blankkaart. This is our pilot site. This is the valley of the IJzer, and there will also the same plan, like the Sigma plan, will be elaborated for the IJzer Valley, because we had serious floodings the last 3 years in the IJzer Valley as well. So we have to do something about that. So exactly the same thing will be realized. Then a third program is an initiative also from Natuurpunt. It's called Life Delta, where it's a large LIFE project just finalized last year, where in the eastern part of Flanders we developed together with the Flemish government a lot of along the Demer. Demer is one of the tributaries of the river Schelde. We had a specific the restoration of mosaic of reed beds, wet grasslands for a lot of species, but among others also the aquatic warbler. And this is how it looks now, just after restoration. Some people say that it sometimes look a bit like of these coastal areas in front of Dubai. So, but I let it up to you to decide if it's a small Dubai or not. But anyway, so and the last one I would like to present to you is the Blue Deal in Flanders. You have the European Green Deal. In Flanders, we have the Blue Deal because our former minister had some row with the former commissioner for the environment, Frans Timmermans, and so that she decided to have not a Green Deal but a Blue Deal in Flanders. But anyway, it means that we have invested a lot of money in making Flanders more climate adaptive, more climate proof, and of course one of the major actions was the restoration of wetlands in Flanders, and we are sure that the aquatic warbler will benefit from all the investments we have done the last 4 or 5 years, and we will continue for the next 5 to 10 years too with this Blue Deal plan. So, and finally, some take-home messages. Yeah, we have this, as I said, we have this action plan. So we aim in the framework of Life awom to update it together with the Agency for Nature and Forest, with the Flemish government, and I hope that we will be successful for that. As I said, till now there were no. Most of the actions undertaken for aquatic warbler were more broader actions for the restoration of suitable habitat. With Life awom we will do the first really species-specific actions in the Blankkaart area. So this will be the first time that we will do some specific measures for aquatic warbler, and we hope also to mainstream that to other projects and actions in Flanders and also across the rest of Europe. So that's another important thing we aim, and we will achieve to do that. And then finally, as I said before, so the major source of data, because of course data are important, we know that, comes from the ringing, and as I said, we aim to integrate all the data we have already gathered in Belgium of the ringing group of the Institute of Natural Science into our data bank in Flanders and in Wallonia, so that we can really use the data and work together to use the data to underpin and to make our actions better for the aquatic warbler. So that's also something that we would like to achieve by the end of Life awom. Okay, thank you. That was it.
Thank you very much, Stefan. I think it was a very interesting presentation, putting a species-focused project into a larger context of nature-based solutions approaches. So I don't know whether the audience has any questions. Yes, we have Eugene.
It's not a question, it's just a comment. I think your restored wetland looks much better than Dubai.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes.
I wish I had the same amount of money of that I have in Dubai, then I would have done much more by now.
And those reed beds are nicer than the concrete. Yeah. Okay. Stefan, thanks a lot. I suggest that we move on to the last presentation, which is focusing on how can we find out more about this using technology. So I invite Eduardo Santamaria Garcia. He has a degree in biology from the University of Leon. He's an expert bird ringer and a member of the Iberian bird ringing group. He has participated in many research projects focused on the conservation and monitoring of bird species in Greece, Maine, Catalonia, and Seville. Use various telemetry systems, radio tracking, PIT tags, as well as passive environmental monitoring systems like passive acoustic monitoring. So he has all the toolkits to...
What?
Yeah, you have the toolkit to
give
some secrets.
I think so. I hope.
Yeah. You have a presentation or you talk?
I have a presentation.
Okay. I just set it up for you. Maybe you want to...
Bueno, gracias por la presentación y gracias por aguantar hasta aquí, hasta la última charla, ¿no?, de este congreso. Nosotros estamos, aparte de todo lo que ha dicho Sabok, estoy trabajando en la Estación Biológica de Doñana como técnico para el propio LIFE. Nosotros estamos trabajando con la parte de telemetría para el estudio del uso del hábitat del carricerín cejudo. Así que, bueno, en los próximos minutos vamos a hablar un poco de esta tecnología de modo introductorio y que veáis un poquitín los desafíos que nos hemos estado encontrando a la hora de diseñar el proyecto. Bueno, como sabéis, las nuevas tecnologías están transformando el estudio del seguimiento de las aves, ¿no?, en concreto de las especies migratorias. En la última década nos hemos encontrado con avances tan significativos como los geolocalizadores o los GPS miniaturizados, que nos permiten estudiar el seguimiento, o sea, estas aves en libertad sin interferir en su comportamiento natural, o por lo menos minimizándolo lo máximo posible. Esto es un aspecto clave, ya que uno de los aspectos que condiciona el uso de esta tecnología es el peso de los aparatos con relación al peso del ave. En esta gráfica podemos ver precisamente eso, ya que muestra la distribución de masas corporales de las aves en relación con las tecnologías existentes. De hecho, nos dice exactamente el peso mínimo necesario que necesita tener el ave para utilizar dependiendo qué tipo de tecnología. Como podéis ver, dispositivos más pesados, como los GPS satelitales, que nos dan información más precisa en cuanto a la localización a tiempo real, solo pueden utilizarse en especies más pesadas, mientras que dispositivos más livianos, como los geolocalizadores, se pueden utilizar para estudiar especies más pequeñas. Por supuesto, esta gráfica es del 2011. Por supuesto, ha habido grandes avances. En concreto, la empresa con la que estamos trabajando ha desarrollado GPS que utilizan redes celulares de tan solo 3 gramos de peso. E incluso radiotransmisores tan pequeños como el que podéis ver en la pantalla, que se pueden llegar a utilizar en especies como las mariposas. Esto es una ventaja frente a los dispositivos GPS, ya que la mayoría de las especies no llegan a tener el tamaño necesario para utilizar esa tecnología. Por lo tanto, hemos decidido utilizar los transmisores para ver ese uso de hábitat por parte de los carricerines cejudos, ya que, como sabéis, se encuentra entre los 10 y 14 gramos de peso. El problema de esta tecnología es que es costosa en términos de esfuerzo, ya que requiere estar en el campo localizando los individuos manualmente, ¿no?, con una antena de mano, lo cual no nos interesa mucho, ya que queremos localizar a los individuos a lo largo de su ruta migratoria o ver el uso del hábitat en determinados humedales. Por lo tanto, hemos tenido que buscar la manera de maximizar esa toma de datos. Y lo hemos conseguido, o creemos que lo hemos conseguido, automatizando el proceso. Esto nos da dos claras ventajas respecto a anterior. La primera es que no necesitamos tener a una persona en el campo. Esto aún así lo realizaremos para complementar el estudio en zonas relativamente amplias o de escasa prospección, como puede ser los territorios de invernada. pero además estarían funcionando los 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana, lo cual nos viene muy, muy bien. Aunque también tiene sus pegas la tecnología esta. La primera es que necesitamos proveer a la instalación de una fuente de energía y de Internet o Ethernet para que puedan funcionar correctamente los receptores. Y la segunda es que también está limitada a la proximidad del receptor. Obviamente, si un individuo marcado está más cerca del receptor, va a ser más fácil localizarlo que si está a 1 kilómetro de él. De hecho, la empresa con la que estamos trabajando, con Cellular Tracking Technologies, bueno, claro, ahora vamos a hablar, una vez decidido el método de estudio, vamos a elegir el tipo de transmisor. Cellular Tracking Technologies tiene varios dispositivos con diferentes características, como podéis ver en la imagen. Todos ellos emiten una única señal que los diferencia, de manera que podemos individualizarlos. Pero lo que más nos ha interesado, aparte del peso de los radiotransmisores, ha sido el tipo de fuente de alimentación de los mismos. Como veis, el que más nos ha interesado es el híbrido, la foto que tenéis más abajo, que, claro, en comparación con los anteriores, el que utiliza una placa solar exclusivamente no nos viene muy bien debido a efectos de sombreado que puede ocasionar a especies como el cejudo, que habita zonas escasas, o sea, densamente, con vegetación densa. Y la batería, debido a la limitación del peso que tiene por el cejudo, pues puede durar pocos meses. Entonces creímos conveniente utilizar este híbrido que combina las dos anteriores, de manera que cuando el ave se exponga a la luz solar directa, esa placa solar puede alimentar la batería alargando la vida del dispositivo. De hecho, la empresa tenía este tipo de dispositivos con estas características con tan solo 0,2 gramos de peso, que es increíble, la verdad. Lo que pasa es que hace 2 semanas, cuando tuvimos una reunión con ellos, ya nos dijeron que no iban a poder tenerlo disponible para este verano. Tenían el anuncio de que lo iban a tener en otoño del 2024, por eso decidimos apostar por ello, pero al final, bueno, pues con 0,2 gramos de peso me imagino que también tendrán sus limitaciones, ¿no?, a la hora de desarrollar dicha tecnología. Así que al final nos hemos tenido que decidir por el radiotransmisor que va a batería. También tiene 0,2 gramos de peso y puede durar 4 o 5 meses si ajustamos bien la intensidad y la frecuencia de la señal. Y ahora vamos a hablar del segundo componente para automatizar el proceso. Se trata de estos receptores. Esa imagen que tenéis ahí es lo que denominan la Sensor Station. La empresa nos provee de ese material, nosotros tenemos que acoplarlo a una antena y proveerle de la fuente de energía, como he dicho antes, como podéis ver en la imagen. Esta estación base está provista de 5 canales de radio que pueden detectar los radiotransmisores de la empresa. Además, tiene unos USBs con los que podemos acoplar, o sea, podemos intentar recibir información de transmisores de otras empresas, acoplándolo de esta manera al sistema Mutus. Esto es de manera adicional, que nos puede venir bien en un futuro también, claro. Nos viene muy bien para monitorizar la migración de la especie, por ejemplo, ¿no? Si colocamos una antena o varias antenas o incluso antenas de largo alcance en zonas clave de la migración, como puede ser Pirineos o el estrecho de Gibraltar, podemos localizar a la especie. De hecho, eso es lo que vamos a intentar también. Pero si queremos ver el comportamiento y las necesidades de la especie, así como evaluar la eficacia de las medidas de restauración, lo que necesitamos es un poco más de detalle y no quedarnos solo en la presencia-ausencia, ¿no?, de la especie. Para ello, adicionalmente a la antena, o sea, a la base, a la estación base, vamos a instalar una serie de nodos que actúan como pequeñas antenas, ¿no? Los nodos tienen un rango de detección de los dispositivos de 150 a 300 metros, más o menos. Entonces, vamos a colocar varios en los humedales, de manera que solapando los rangos de detección podemos triangular al ave en cuestión. Una vez ajustado todo el proceso, debería darnos una nube de puntos como la que veis en la imagen, que es lo que queremos para ver el uso del hábitat de la especie. Bueno, y también, como podéis imaginar, nos hemos centrado en los estudios requeridos para el live, pero obviamente se pueden hacer gran cantidad de estudios con esta tecnología. Y una vez ya decidido el método de estudio, vamos a implementar primero un proyecto piloto para testar todo esto, porque es una tecnología bastante incipiente. Nosotros no tenemos mucha experiencia ahora mismo en esto, es completamente nuevo, entonces vamos a ver qué problemas pues, nos puede surgir, cómo los podemos corregir antes de implementarlo con el carricerín cejudo. Al principio estaba localizado en la Nava, como puso ayer una imagen Mallory, que no la veo, ya no está. Pero al final, pues, debido a dificultades logísticas, hemos tenido que reubicarlo a la laguna de Boada. Esto nos viene muy bien por dos razones. La primera es que es más pequeña, entonces con el número de nodos que hemos elegido para realizar el estudio, podemos emplazarlo en casi la totalidad de la superficie de la laguna. Y aparte ya tiene una instalación ya tiene una antena, tiene una instalación, una fuente de energía y tiene internet, lo cual nos viene que ni pintado. Uy, bueno. Como veis, están concentrados en la zona norte. Esto es gracias a la información que nos ha proporcionado David, por ejemplo, de la Fundación Global Nature, que nos dice que nos ha dicho que en verano hay un remanente de agua en la zona norte y ahí es donde se concentran los individuos. Entonces hemos decidido enfocarnos en esa zona. La diferencia con la del sur es porque están a una distancia separada de 125 metros cada nodo, que es una distancia que nos han aconsejado desde la empresa, desde CTT, para que la localización sea lo más precisa posible. Por lo tanto, tenemos que ajustar este tipo de tecnología a cada zona de estudio. En un futuro ya veremos cómo, con los humedales que elijamos, ya veremos cómo lo solucionamos. También vamos a marcar 10 individuos que no van a ser el carricerín cejudo, vamos a intentar marcar sobre todo especies semejantes a él, como puede ser el carricerín común. En principio, el carricerín común es una especie nidificante, así que va a estar ahí durante bastante tiempo, va a ser varios días, por lo tanto nos va a dar la oportunidad de testar esta tecnología lo suficiente como para poder corregir todos esos errores que nos pudiera ocasionar. Y encima no es una especie vulnerable como el carricerín cejudo, por lo tanto no comprometemos a la especie objetivo, ¿no?, de este proceso. Y hasta aquí es todo lo que tenemos desarrollado. Una vez corregidos todos esos errores o problemas que pudiéramos tener, se diseñará un protocolo para el procesamiento y análisis de datos gracias a la contratación de un especialista con cargo a proyecto, y se implementará la tecnología en los humedales que decidamos, esta vez sí con el carricerín cejudo. Y ya está.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. That's it. Just shows that, oh, it's so simple, but it just reminds me to the James Bond movies where Mr. Q and his team were developing all of those, advanced methods to help James Bond and the team. So thank you very much for that. Do you have any questions to our Q branch? No questions. Yeah. Ernesto.
Sí. Eduardo, gracias por la presentación. Una pregunta metódica, porque no lo sé. Después que hagas la prueba, ¿cuántas antenas como esta esperamos poner durante toda la ejecución del proyecto? ¿Y qué va a pasar después con ellas?
Esas antenas, bueno, de momento está prevista para el proyecto piloto. Va a haber una antena, una estación base y 25 nodos para completar el estudio del proyecto piloto. Luego, en base a los humedales que queramos elegir para hacerlo, decidiremos cuál va a ser lo mejor dependiendo de la experiencia de la gente que trabaje en esos humedales y el dinero que haya, obviamente, y demás. La ventaja que tiene es que eso, una vez instalado, ya queda para vosotros. O sea, queda para el que tenga. Entonces, podéis utilizarlo en futuros proyectos también. Eso va a quedar ahí ya para lo que necesitéis, la verdad. No sé si...
Hello, Eduardo. Here. Hi. Do you have an idea of the approximate cost of setting up a motor station? The cost of setting up a motor station, approximately.
Si no recuerdo mal, corregirme si me equivoco, compañero, pero creo que andaba 200 euros o una cosa así la estación base. Es que ahora mismo no recuerdo, la verdad. O David, ¿tú te acuerdas?
En el conjunto, la experiencia piloto que va a desarrollar la EBD, la Estación Biológica de Doñana, aproximadamente, creo que eran entre 12.000 y 13.000 euros el coste de antenas, nodos y dispositivos CTTs, de los tags. Eso va a ser la experiencia piloto que vamos ahora a implementar. Creo que son 12.000 o 13.000, ¿no?, euros en total. Luego, o sea que podemos pensar que para cubrir la superficie de Boada es aproximadamente 65 hectáreas. Entonces podemos, con esa relación, ¿no?, hectáreas y esta estación, podéis prever un poquito lo que puede costar la... Va a hablar Carlos Camacho.
Okay, so the main difference between this and a motor station, a basic motor station, is that motors only allows to track present and absent data. But this adds an additional value, which is fine-scale data to investigate habitat use. So the cost of a proper motor station would be much cheaper, around 1,500 euros or so. With this, we add a node grid, which allows for fine-scale monitoring, and that obviously is costly. That's why it's around 12,000 euros for this setup. You're welcome.
Nada, simplemente también, aparte del coste económico, el coste que supondría o la dificultad que supondría para grandes espacios, porque estamos hablando de Boada, que tiene 65 hectáreas, si piensas una cosa como Albufera de Valencia o Albufera de Mallorca, la dificultad se incrementa, yo creo que exponencialmente.
Claro, es el mismo ejemplo que tenemos nosotros en Doñana. 18.000 hectáreas ahora mismo de hábitat adecuado para el carricerín cejudo. ¿Cómo haces eso? Vamos, no puedes llenarlo todo de nodos, todo de receptoras. Ahí lo podemos adecuar y en vez de a lo mejor se puede tener esa base receptora y una serie de nodos concentrados en las zonas donde se espere que haya la mayor concentración de carricerines cejudos. Y complementariamente se pueden poner otras antenas de largos rangos, no sé cómo se dice ahora mismo, que abarcan como 1,5 kilómetros de rango de detección en determinadas zonas para no perder información, pero obviamente no vas a poder poner todo lleno de nodos por todos los lados. Ahí habrá que adecuarlo.
Añadir que también de manera complementaria vamos a poder utilizar antenas manuales, ¿no?, que vamos a poder movernos con ellas y que van a permitir también la obtención de información en áreas donde no cubran los nodos, pequeños humedales, humedales muy grandes, difíciles de prospectar. O sea que vamos a poder complementar información con las antenas manuales.
Right. Thank you very much. I think this is really an exciting part of the project. I remember when we developed it, I was very excited about it. So let's see how it will work. I think we arrived to the end of our journey. We returned, just the next jump to the breeding area where we started yesterday. So thank you very much for all the speakers for the wonderful presentations this morning. And I would like to invite my friend Antonio that we do a final double act on what we have heard, what we have learned over the last 2 days. Okay? Thanks a lot.
Hola.
Wonderful presentations.
Bueno.
We want to start?
Sí, yo creo. Bueno, pues como ya sabéis, yo en primer lugar quería agradecer para cerrar esta jornada a todos los que han hecho posible pues estos 2 días, para algunos de nosotros ya 3, el primero de reunión de trabajo con todos los socios. Entonces, pues bueno, simplemente agradecer en primer lugar al Ministerio por habernos cedido estas instalaciones, a todo el equipo de Fundación Global Nature, de Wetlands International, que ha hecho posible toda la organización y que, bueno, pues han ido de cabeza para que todo esto saliera bien. Al equipo de traducción, de imagen y sonido, de catering, de entrada, o sea, no me quiero dejar a nadie y sobre todo, pues bueno, de bien nacidos el ser agradecidos y todos los que han hecho posible el que lleguemos aquí, pues de parte de todo el equipo, pues daros las gracias. Como la verdad es que no sabemos muy bien cómo va a salir esta última parte porque no nos ha dado mucho tiempo a prepararla. Entre Savos y yo vamos a leer pues, unas pequeñas notas que tenemos aquí. Savos hablará en español, yo hablaré en inglés. Y no. Entonces, pues bueno, simplemente lo que queremos transmitiros es que bueno, pues que estas jornadas nos han servido por lo menos para vernos muchos de nosotros las caras, porque hasta este momento no nos habíamos visto personalmente, siempre a través de la pantalla. Y bueno, pues yo creo que estas oportunidades que nos brindamos al habernos juntado, pues esperemos que sean fructíferas. Acabamos de empezar este proyecto, pero seguro que vamos adelante, ¿no? Y antes que nada, yo quería agradecer personalmente a Savox, porque bueno, él ha sido el artífice de que este proyecto haya ido adelante. Yo, como le decía, para mí esto fue un sueño que empezó años atrás y que, bueno, que el verano de la redacción casi nos cuesta la salud y el divorcio, porque decía que hacéis todo el día ahí delante del ordenador, no es posible, ¿con quién estáis hablando, no? Y bueno, la verdad es que esta propuesta se presentó 2 horas antes de que terminara, de que cerrara el plazo la plataforma de la comisión y yo iba por casa con el teléfono esperando la notificación y al final, bueno, el proyecto ha sido subido satisfactoriamente, ¿no? Y bueno, pues, Savox, do you want to say something more about before we read the conclusion? Or,
yeah.
Please.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Antonio. This is really great to, basically meet with you after 2 years of working with you. Yeah. 2 days is not enough to learn Spanish, so I will continue in English. Yeah, I think it was an extremely pleasant experience to work with all of these. aquatic wobbler experts. I'm not an aquatic wobbler expert. I learned an awful lot in the process. And yeah, I think we ended up with a dream team. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so we have prepared, bueno, me vuelvo a deferencia a todos vosotros. Vamos, me vuelvo al castellano, ¿vale? Simplemente deciros que la restauración de los humedales y la conservación ya no es algo voluntario de las ONGs, sino que es una obligación gracias a la Ley de Restauración de la Naturaleza. Y que, bueno, que gracias al proyecto, pues parte de estas obligaciones podemos darlas por empezadas.
Yeah, so I think over the last 2 days you have seen that, this little bird, the aquatic warbler, is just a wonderful flagship species for this great area that we have to conserve. Small birds, huge areas, and you have probably noticed on how many layers these projects actually contributes to, basically European objectives related to the biodiversity policy, related to nature restoration law, related to the reform of the common agriculture policy, both at the EU level but also at the national level, how it relates to the EU's external policies, different member states' external aid programs. So I think it's a wonderful little bird with great potential.
A nivel nacional, España cuenta con un marco estratégico clave, el Plan Estratégico de Humedales a 2030, que promueve la conservación, el uso sostenible y la restauración de estos ecosistemas. Y entonces, pues bueno, como os he dicho, nosotros lo que queremos es ayudar al Ministerio a cumplir estos objetivos y a cumplir este plan nacional.
Yeah, so, we have lost, as you heard earlier, over 60% of Europe's wetlands over the last 50 years. The aquatic warbler is one of the victims of this process. 100 years ago, it still bred in the Netherlands. It has bred in the eastern part of the European Russia. So now it's kind of concentrated, as we heard yesterday, just 400 square kilometer, the breeding area. So these projects, these species is critically dependent on the protection of sedge marshes. Sedge marshes are also the victims of agriculture policies, regulating the rivers, removing the natural succession processes.
Bueno, y como hemos comentado durante estas jornadas, el carricerín cejudo es el paseriforme migratorio más amenazado de Europa. Casi toda la población global depende de una red de humedales europeos y norteafricanos durante su migración. Y bueno, pues que la conservación de este hábitat beneficia a muchas otras especies y por lo tanto el carricerín cejudo lo convierte en una especie paraguas, como hemos visto, como muchos de vosotros habéis comentado, con el nuevo logo del paraguas. Y bueno, pues que esta oportunidad también se le brinda a muchas otras especies. Savox ya me ha tentado con otro sueño. Por ahora es solo un sueño, pero quién sabe.
Yes, okay. So this Life awom project involves 14 partner organizations from 5 countries, from Belgium, France, Portugal, Spain, and Senegal. We are also intent to work with many other countries like Morocco, Mauritania, hopefully also Algeria and Mali. So it's a really international project. We have very tightly connected work packages, as you have seen during the last days. And you have also seen that it doesn't stop there. it goes beyond. We work together with the Life for Aquatic Warblers project. We also learned and benefit from other projects, what Fundación Global Nature and other organizations have implemented, as we heard this morning from Vanessa about the Life for Climate, and as we heard yesterday from the Marble Teal Life project. So these are all adding up to something which stretches across the entire flyway.
Pues las rutas migratorias esperemos que nos unan en muchos proyectos, como las aves, ¿no? Bueno, durante estos días hemos abordado diferentes estrategias, diferentes momentos. Y bueno, pues temas claves como la migración o los sistemas de monitoreo que nos han comentado desde Doñana, pues yo creo que también van a poder ser claves uniendo todo esto con las nuevas iniciativas de financiación que nos permitan seguir conservando todos estos humedales en los que trabajamos y ampliar las redes a otros más, pues como al norte de África.
Yeah. So this project links on-the-ground conservation actions, restoration projects to developing national policies, developing national and international action plans, so updating national and international action plans, and it helps implementing the aquatic warbler MOU under the Convention on Migratory Species. We're extremely glad that Tilman could come. And it also helps going beyond Europe and working with other parts of the flyway.
Bueno, aquí en el guión que teníamos preparado ya nos estamos repitiendo en algunas cosas. Entonces voy a saltar a un punto que yo tenía aquí que yo creo que es de especial importancia y vuelve a ser el tema de la financiación, ¿no? Entonces, hemos tenido a Vanessa que nos ha contado el proyecto que desarrollamos en cuanto a la metodología y a los créditos de carbono. Yo os animo a que lancéis iniciativas porque, bueno, este proyecto, la verdad es que también fue otra idea de estas locas. Ese proyecto se preparó con 3 datos. 3 datos que la Universidad de Valencia, Toni Camacho, nos dio, porque era su tesoro en cuanto a toda la metodología que él tenía y todos los datos que tenía, y nos dio 3 datos de una publicación. Y con esos 3 datos sacamos adelante la propuesta de Wildlife for Climate que Vanessa está llevando a lo más alto y que en breve tendremos la metodología aprobada, ¿no? Pero quería hacer referencia a lo que nos ha comentado la compañera, que la conservación, al fin y al cabo, nos sale mucho más barata que la restauración. Entonces, quería hacer este apunte de que, bueno, aquí estamos muchas organizaciones conservacionistas y esperemos que nos dediquemos a conservar más que a restaurar en un futuro.
Yeah, and you probably noticed that case studies like the Moros can demonstrate that conservation can go hand in hand with other societal benefits like local job creation, water regulation, and increasing climate resilience.
Y para que todas estas aves transsaharianas, residentes, etcétera, podamos seguir conservándolas, pues lo que necesitamos es informar a nuestras autoridades de su estado y además buscar otros sitios, como han comentado los compañeros, para que pues las autoridades competentes les den el estado de protección que se merecen gracias, en este caso, a la fauna, pero también a la flora.
Yes, and besides of conservation actions, we also need to find ways to scale up these measures because, yeah, the 19 sites we can address, it's, as you've seen in the presentations, it's just too little for these species. There are many other hundreds of sites where these species needs during its migration, and we must to scale up and refine innovative financial tools, including carbon, biodiversity, water footprint credits. It includes improving access, raising carbon prices, and streamlining certification systems.
Por seguir un poco con lo de los créditos de carbono, deciros que no os asustéis cuando entréis en la página web del proyecto por el precio de la tonelada, porque en realidad, pues bueno, en comparación con la tonelada de carbono que podáis comprar en Internet, pues la nuestra es muy cara. Pero no solo se vende carbono, sino que se vende biodiversidad, se venden puestos de trabajo y se vende una conservación general que puedan hacer las empresas en la puerta de su casa. Y esto, pues, escalado a un nivel de mayor superficie, pues podemos rebajar esa barrera económica que son, pues, que las empresas puedan financiar a una cantidad razonable esta restauración de los humedales.
Yes, and because of this scale, we need to also ensure that the findings, the scientific results of the project can be fed into various larger scale policies like the Common Agriculture Policy, which is coming up for reform, nature restoration law, the climate policies. So this goes far beyond than that tiny little bird.
Pues estamos llegando al final porque nos estamos contando ya muchas de las cosas, estamos mezclando ya el guión que teníamos preparado, pero por ir un poco cerrando, están aquí los compañeros del proyecto Hermano o Hermana, como se ha nombrado antes. Y yo creo que esto lo que nos permite es estrechar unos lazos y crear unas redes que hasta el momento, pues también como han comentado los compañeros, los países han ido trabajando con poca comunicación y este Life awom y este Life for Aquatic Wolver, yo creo que lo que nos permite es trabajar en una gran red con muchos países, organizaciones, humedales y que esperemos colaborar durante mucho tiempo y que de aquí salgan muchas otras iniciativas.
Yes, and I think what you heard over the last 2 days really demonstrates how long-term funding, a series of live projects building one on the results of the others can actually help the recovery of a species. In the European Union, the aquatic warbler is already considered near threatened and not vulnerable as globally. That's the result of the increase in Poland and Lithuania, which was the result of earlier live projects. But at the same time, this also highlights a risk, what relates to the reshuffling of the EU budget, and this might be the last opportunity for such large international projects like what we are witnessing here, that we are launching.
Pues yo creo que a partir de ahora lo que nos queda es seguir soñando y, bueno, pues repetir que muchas gracias por vuestra asistencia. Se me han olvidado la gente que teníamos online. y que esto es todo. Esto es todo, es el comienzo de un gran proyecto, de una gran red que se ha generado y que la comida nos está esperando fuera. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you, Antonio.
Thank you.
Thanks.